The Association of Corporate Treasurers of Nigeria, ACTN, has appealed to the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to settle the outstanding portion of the invalidated $2.2 billion forward contracts. And on the foreign scene, the U.S. President Donald Trump said he's adding 10% to U.S. tariffs on goods imported from Canada after the province of Ontario aired an anti-tariff advertisement featuring Ronald Reagan, the 40th U.S. President.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose giving because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world will be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. So, let's talk about something that is very important, that affects you, that affects me. We all have constituencies, right? And you are aware that the essence of government is to ensure that there's development in all ramifications. God is the highest government you can talk about, and you are aware that He created everything we need. Everything we will need, He has created them. There's fish, there are different species of fishes. Animals, goats, cows. It is now left in our hands. Reproduction is natural. Once the male mates with the female, you don't need to go and take permission. You get what I'm saying? You don't need to go and take permission for the female to get pregnant and then deliver. The fishes in the sea, same thing, they multiply. The animals, they multiply. You plant something now, it grows automatically. It is now your duty to ensure that you put manure and all that. That God won't do that for you. So God has automatically set everything in place. And that's why He gave us brains. To do what? To also set things in place so that naturally we will enjoy life. And that's why you have government. The essence of government is for the purpose of administration, to ensure that everything works according to. And then as a government, you envisage our population is increasing. What is our food bank? Will it serve us in the next 10 years? Are we going to be able to feed our nation in the next? I'm telling you how things are done in an ideal situation. No? You look at the health sector. Do we have enough doctors there? Enough health professionals? Would they be able to serve us? Our equipment are obsolete. We need to replace them. In an ideal situation, things work in this manner. So development needs to be rapid. Development needs to be rapid. Development needs to be speedy. And then development needs to be updated. Now we are talking about solar lights, right? Because some people have gone into research and they've been able to create something that can trap the sunlight. That's why I said God gave us everything. You use water to generate electricity. You can use coal. You can use solar. You can use wind. You can use other things. Even physics, they use it to generate electricity. But God will not come and build the thermal energy for you. Nuclear energy is there. You can also use it to generate electricity. So God has given us everything we need. It is our duty to build it. It's our duty to explore those things and then use it for our own good. So, what is the essence of constituency project in our community or in our communities? The nearest government to the people is the local government. Is what? Is the local government. And if the local government is functioning properly, if you have communities that are developed, and then what people call development in our climate is probably when houses are built everywhere, you have turned the place into urban area. No, that's not correct. Development is when you have the basic amenities within a specific area. You can't turn a rural area into an urban area and you say you have developed. No, you have just disfigured that environment. There are places that are supposed to be rural areas. For instance, our lands, we are supposed to leave them so we can plant. The trees in the villages, they are supposed to be ahead. What you can do is, if the people had mud houses before, yes, you can elevate it to block houses or brick houses in the village, right? Our villages still need those trees. They still need the bushes. We still need the palm trees, you know, so we can be drinking fresh palm wine and all that. You don't go and bulldoze everything and then build. Factories are even supposed to be located, even in local government, at the heart of the local government. That's where factories are to be located. Leave the green areas for farming and other activities. Leave it. Don't go there and touch it. Leave the forest. But what we do is we just look for a place like, we don't think, we don't know planning. We just go budo via. They will start building housing and then they will say, my village is developing. No, they are destroying your ecosystem. There are places that are supposed to be untouched. Leave it as a forest. It is as good as the way it is. Let the animals, the monkeys, be jumping from one tree to the other. That's what makes it sweet. So that you not destroy biodiversity. Leave it the way it is. So development in rural areas basically is supposed to be access roads to our farms. Don't go and bulldoze all the farm and then start building houses. What are you going to eat? It is the rural area that is supposed to feed the urban area with food and wild animals, bush meats and all that. But these days now, we are building. We are not planning, no planning at all, and say, okay, we'll build here and leave this other place for agriculture. We are just building everywhere. No planning at all. What is development? Ensuring that you have power. That's electricity. Link roads to the farms, because you need to transport the produce from the farm to the local government central or the big market. From there, people from the urban areas will come and buy and then go to town. Give the people light. Give them water, solar water. Don't infiltrate everywhere with diesel generators so that they will not, inhale those things and then die young. Solar is there. Clean, green energy. So give them solar water, solar light. What again? build the markets for them, ensure their motor parks are running. What do they need again? Ensure their primary schools are running properly. You understand? The secondary schools, they are also running. Now, constituency projects are development initiatives in a legislature's constituency, funded by government budgets and nominated predominantly by federal legislatures. They are intended to bring development to communities through projects like building roads, schools, healthcare centers, but their implementation is the problem. Even though a particular lawmaker said, scrap this constituency project, the question is, what was the essence of constituency project ab initio from the onset? What was it? Why was that this thing conceived? Even though these guys are lawmakers, the rep members and senators, they're supposed to make laws. But you have the issue of constituency project coming up. And some of them agreed that, oh, they gave me 1 billion, 500 million. We have different channels of development in our communities. The NDDC is there. Now the South South Development Commission, SSDC. You have the local government that receive funds from the center, also derive some funds within their domain. You have the state government that are supposed to also develop oil-bearing communities because they receive 10% derivation. Then for communities with flood issues, they receive ecological fund. There's also the federal government that is supposed to develop communities. So the question now is, for these constituency projects, particularly that lawmakers receive money from the federal government for, should it be scrapped? Are you feeling it? Because governance ought to be felt. Governance is not on the pages of newspaper. You don't give speeches. You know, I laugh sometimes when I see government officials. They just reel out things. We have done this, we have done that, we have done this. But 8 p.m. now, people will start calling. Since the creation of River State, we don't have road. Since the creation of Nigeria, we don't have light. You now ask, all these things they have been reeling out that they've done, this and that, where are they doing it? Is it in the sky? Development is not some, I've told you development basically that you need in rural areas. It's not by going there to build skyscraper. The village people, the rural people, that's not what they need. They just need electricity. And they don't even have big machines in the villages. What they have is blending machine in the market, right? And now that we are supposed to transit, I don't know if Nigeria is transiting forward or backward. We are supposed to be transiting into clean energy. You talk about climate change. Our people go there, they attend climate change 2.0, climate change 2. This, waiting call 3.0. But when they come here, they'll be buying diesel fuel generator to power street lights. You ask yourself, what is going on now? You just went somewhere that they told you that they are transiting, countries are transiting into what? They are doing electric motorcycles, they are doing electric cars, electric keke. Instead of you to come back and say, lawmakers, so let us pressurize the executive to give people power. So that when we start having these electric cars and electric motorcycle and co, we'll start phasing out in Rwanda, I think what they do now is they don't register fuel generated combustible engines again. You know, they still drive Okada there. They are trying to transit into green energy. So instead of us to transit forward, it's like we are transiting backward. People are still building filling station up and down. They are still putting so much money in drilling oil. They want to go and find oil in Kaduna. They want to go and find oil, export oil from Kano. We are spending so much money. When the world is going green, we are still going deep into oil. This oil must finish before everybody go rest. So in the villages, what do they need? Electricity, link roads to their farms, right? What again? Give them solar powered water. Put it in the villages, in the communities. they will pump it. Ensure their primary schools are working. Ensure their primary healthcare centers are working. And these primary healthcare centers have doctors, nurses, and other professionals, and they are also well equipped. That's what they need in the village. Leave the trees. Can't you see when you go to the village, there's this freshness you feel. You move away from the noise. Engines everywhere in the urban area. You go to the village, you see fresh palm wine, bush meat, you relax and you feel nature. But the question is, in our different communities, have we felt the cool breeze of constituency project? Have we seen it? Are we enjoying it? Do you think they should continue to give money to rep members, senators to do constituency project, or you think it should be scrapped? In your community, look around, check around. Don't go far. Just check around your community. Do you have alternative electricity? Have you been hooked up to the national grid? 1, 2. You look at water. Are you still drinking from the stream where children go there to ingest feces? Do you have link roads to your farms? Do you have common solar street lights that should power your entire village and community? These are the things you should be looking at. Your primary schools, are they working? Your primary healthcare centers, because that's the projects they are supposed to be embarking on. I mean, the lawmakers now. So do you think they should continue to give them money for such? Because sometimes what I see some of them do is they just come, do one small healthcare outreach, spend 100 million naira, and then run away. Yes, good evening.
Hi, Mr. Max. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you, my dear brother. My name is Kingsley, calling you from Obogoro.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir, my dear brother. The question you're asking, my brother, in fact, I don't even know why they even come up with that consistency project or allowance or whatever they call it. Because I don't even know where they say they use what they use this money for. Because all of us are from communities, constituencies where these people, senators, rep, and assembly members all came from. You see these people doing nothing with all this money. And Nigeria are not saying anything. Even in our constituencies, nobody cares to ask, this money you're receiving, what are you using it? And you see some communities don't even have drinking water. Many of them, many communities, as we speak today, still drink either from the well or some still go to the stream, where some of these so-called lawmakers come from. And they are receiving huge amount of money, doing nothing with it. In fact, it should not be even, they should probe all this, they should account for all they have received from the day they assume office as a senator, as a rep, as assembly member. They should account for it. Because they don't use it for anything. Thank you for having me, my dear brother.
Thank you very much. Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
This is Sam from Rubio.
Yes, please.
I would have even suggested that Senate, that institution should be scrapped because it's a waste. They are wasting our resources in that Senate. They are wasting our resources. I would have suggested that they should be paid based on their sittings. They are wasting our money too much. Thank you.
Thank you. We are looking at constituency project. Let's leave the job of the senators or rep members. Should the constituency money be sent to them for them to continue, or they should stop it. Good evening.
Hello. Lucky Maxwell. Okay, God bless you. For me, the constituency project by the National Assembly in the state should be scrapped. Because they, the lawmakers, they told us their primary duty is to make laws. So why are they getting themselves involved with projects? And oftentimes, the projects are concentrated or are just being dropped in one small or two communities. And this is a rep or senator that represents the entire area. Where do you see them to ask them questions? They collect the billions of naira and they buy battery laptops and share to people, either students or something. The only time I have seen that constituency project was being used, that is my own constituency as regards River State Assembly, was under the Chief of Staff, Dr. Edison Ehe, Constitution Ahoda East. All the villages, there's no community, they did not build one project or the other. Only him. I'm not singing a song. I'm talking about the practical thing he did on ground. All the community, he cited one thing or the other. Apart from him, none. But however, their job is to make law. The answer of constitution should be taken of them. Them should be given the aid to put hands of for the that will do whatever they buy for their day as young compared to my thing.
All right,
Go.
thank you. Your line is still breaking. Good evening.
Yeah, Max, Mr. Zion from
Go ahead.
Port Harcourt. Constituency project by the federal lawmakers, especially those from the red chamber and green chamber, is worth a total about 3 billion naira. The question is this: the constituents, are they educated enough to ask questions? Mr. Senator, where is the constituency project, or where is the money given to you? Some lawmakers are delivering the benefits of their constituency projects, especially those from the northern part of Nigeria, some from the northern part of Nigeria. Their people are living well. Most of this Misha you see here in River State, in the junction and so on, selling, you know what they normally sell now?
Yes.
Most of them are the benefits of their constituency projects. Some of them are into agriculture, some of them have keke, some of them have okada, agricultural machineries, and so on. Some are even privileged to be enrolled in tertiary institutions. But we from the south, especially Bayelsa State, where is your constituency project? What they have successfully done, they will call 5, 6, 7 persons, share little money on them, and say, look, any day when Mr. Zion call for radio, say acts of constituency project, make yourself call, tell them, say, I don't give this and so, so that Mr. Zion no go fit talk again. If 600 go fit call, only Mr. Zion go call, then you know so I don't defeat them as business as usual. The question is, if this kind of setting is prevalent in this environment, do you expect to see any constituency projects? Constituency projects are like a federal government backup projects. Those areas the government cannot reach, those corner them, those areas them that needed to be touched, go and touch them for us. But of course they will not. They rather siphon the money, build hotels, especially the ones in Bayelsa State, carry women, intimidate the ones they can intimidate. But if the people can stand up and speak, well, when will the people even stand up and speak? So when they are very hungry, when they are very poor, not even educated to know this, it's a deliberate action of this particular class of people to subject the people not to speak. Mr. Zion, keep the constituency project. One day may get to our turn. That is our mentality.
Thank you. Good evening. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mas.
Yes, sir.
Morning, the bank from my phone. Mr. Mas, I'm from Obakre in Emo local government. One thing you cannot take away from my people is that they have this love among themselves. What I mean by people, I mean our elite. If you come to my place, I'm not like praising any political party. All of them are doing well in terms of showing the dividend of democracy where you're from, because we have the member representing my local government constituency, state of assembly, is from my place. The former ancestor is from Obakre too. Even Chidula said when he was House of Assembly member, he did well for my state in Obakre too. Even Andrew did well too. But what I'm saying in essence is, everything you just mentioned, we have them all in my place. Courtesy of my leader.
What's the name of your place?
Obakre.
You have what?
We have schools, we have good roads. Guys, if I say good road, access road to all the nooks and crannies of Obakre. Street light littered everywhere. In fact, we are dashing at street lights now. If you don't have, come and take one in my place. Street lights are even in the farm. You understand me? Them and other things too. But one thing I'm trying to beg them whenever I'm opportune to speak with them is sustainable goals. Like they should try to bring investment such as like government-owned agricultural developmental projects that will at least engage our youth to something meaningful. Like that of if you go to Buguma, they have Buguma fish farm there that the River State government did, so they have looted it. One thing is my people will like protecting government property. You cannot see any government property in my place. I repeat, looted. No, we protect them, we guide them jealously. So if my leader, if our people can like please bring those investments home, aside the social amenities, other things, what we need now is investment. Courtesy of some IOCs, they are now investing in my place. We have some international companies now doing multi-billion dollar investment in my place.
Thank you. Good evening. Go ahead.
Yeah, Master, good evening.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Please, I want to start by asking a question. This constituency allowance, is it constitutional? As in, is it really constitutional? And if you have the answers.
Just go ahead.
Because from what I'm thinking, I don't think it's constitutional. I think it's what they are using to do party to control the house. When you're not saying what they want to hear, you will not get any constituency allowance. When you're saying what they exactly want to hear, they'll be giving you. Now they can be using some to be buying favor from your constituency. If you're actually talking for your people, standing in their defense, they will not give you shishi.
If we want to look at whether it's constitutional, although it's not constitutional, okay, it's not in the constitution, but even if it was constitutional,
yes,
are you listening?
I'm on.
And the monies are given and they are not doing it, of what benefit is it?
So if it is constitutional, okay, that is when the rep member or the senator knows that it is a statutory money that must be given to him for his constituency. He can stand for it and get it. Some of them who are sincere can now use it to develop.
That's what I'm saying. Is it the constitutionality or non-constitutionality of the money that is the issue here, or the issue of character?
When the money is given to you as under party, it's like
the ones that are given to them, the ones that are given to governors and co-constitutional, are they using it for you?
See where I'm going there. We have 36 governors in the federation.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
Let me come. I want to come down. If this money has been given to about 400 persons, including the senators and the reps, if this money is constitutional, at least there is no one of them will be useless. We have some of them who have their people at heart.
So it is the constitutionality that determines whether the person will use it or not.
It's key. Then,
that's what I'm saying. That the governors that receive FAC allocation, are they developing their state?
That's what I'm trying to tell you now. The governors are few. Like right in other
Let's
states
go
now.
to other this thing. Yes, good evening. Do you know how much governors are how much are they
Okay,
giving
a lot of
these
us
rep
were.
people?
This don't know who from Eneka. I called earlier.
Go ahead, sir.
I called ended. Okay, Maswell. My brother, what I saw today, my eyewitness today is very huge.
No, we are not on eyewitness now. No, sir.
Sorry,
Call back, sir. Yes, good evening.
Good evening, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
At my own community, we are enjoying a lot of constituency projects, both from local government, from River State government, the senator, the assembly, this one, the other one. Not the constituency project they gave us from rulemaking. It's when they blow siren. That is our own constituency. That is the project. That is what the government are doing for us. That's the only benefit. Somebody from rulemaking have been benefiting from state, local government, House of Assembly member, rep, and the other one. I don't know which one they call themselves. That's the only one we can benefit, and we are benefiting from it very well. It's just when they blow their siren, people on the road, rulemaking hear them. The gods of rulemaking hear them. That's the benefit. Let them go ahead with whatever they are doing. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, man.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Ruth from Port Harcourt.
All right.
Yeah, your question is whether the consulting project, I am saying yes, it should be scrapped. They have allowances that are being able to them. But this one, the tension was very good that things can get to be unreached because a senator represents a part of the state, and then look at state assembly members. There are many of them in the state. So if this money goes down as it was planned, people may not be dependent on government to do anything development in their area. But because the purpose has thwarted, they are not using it for their political campaign. You can only see something when a national like 2007 comes those now by 2022. You see them now buying bicycle, buying motorcycle, and going to people as conservative project. That is campaigning. It means that money is used for campaign. So to me, it doesn't serve the purpose of which it was going for. And secondly, when we talk about local government being fully empowered, court has done something that is not actually practical. Then local government, let those money go to local government. And the Nemo State, where I come from, Reuters introduced a community leadership, a candidate of government. Then that much of money was allocated to community. Then they will use it to support their problems. So if local government can no longer cover up the locality, then they can create a kind of community development association, like a kind of community government that allocation will go into the community instead of giving it to representatives that are going to. So this is my take. Thank you.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, Mark, good evening.
Go ahead.
So I did not submit my point before you cut me off. Let me submit now. I was talking about the constituency allowance not being constitutional. That is a key problem to it. So my own call will be not to scrap it, but to make it constitutional.
Is that when that is the issue? Is that when they will now use it for your good?
Yes, because that time they will now know that it's not like a gift to them.
The governors, hold on. The governors who receive billions, do they use it for your good?
Some of them, like Charles Oti, is using it.
You call just one person?
Yes. If I start mentioning, maybe
is it all the money he's receiving that he's using? Is he even using 50% of it for your good?
You mean Charles Oti? From what you can see, we believe.
That's what I'm saying. Can you quantify it and say, okay, he's using at least 60-70% of the money?
Yeah, up to that. Yeah.
So apart from him, let us assume, okay, in your own ideal situation, who else?
That's why I was talking about
who
the
else
number
now?
of. Let me come to answer the question. That's why I was talking about the number of reps we have, not to 400. We include both the senators.
That's what I'm saying. If you put the amount they are all receiving, is it equal to the amount that a governor is receiving?
The important thing is the usage of it. If I receive a little, and I use it well in my constituency, and I'm that also, then development is calculating. Just like when you are reading out what is called redevelopment, it's not actually going to give skyscrapers. It's attending to those that are the needs of the people in that constituency. So my call is, let it be made constitutional. So that they will not know is that particular right to receive it. We also know how much they are receiving. We come after them to make sure they use it in our constituency. That's my uncle.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Go ahead.
Hello, Max. Good evening.
Yes, welcome.
Hello, Max.
Yes, welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Maxwell.
Welcome, Doc.
Thank you. Maxwell, I remember a time you gave out an assignment. I think you gave me that assignment. This young man was supposed to be the chairman. I was supposed to be secretary. To take time to tour around and find out constituency projects being executed by the House of Reps and Senators, particularly Senators. You remember? Yeah, Maxwell. Well, I didn't do diligent work to that. However, I tried to make inquiries because I discovered that particularly, what's her name? The former Deputy Governor of River State, who is currently in post now, has done some health-related projects, equipping some hospital within her jurisdiction as regards to the people she represents and all that. But currently, where we are, Port Harcourt, Obiakwa and all that, I haven't seen yet. That of Eleme, the one covering Eleme Axis, Ogoni Axis, I haven't heard either. I wish somebody can call him and tell us what that young man representing, I think that should be Rivers East, is doing. Rather than jumping and following his our leader around and all that. And then the one here, I think he's Nieso. I think he's Nieso, yes. Nieso, what was his name again? Somebody Nieso. I don't know, actually. But be it as his name, you discover that these people are not doing anything with all this big money given to them. If they do it, it will speak out for itself. Constituency project. We move around with their boss. At least, if a senator representing this part of Port Harcourt, I don't know whether you should call it Port Harcourt River Central, because Ojabo should fall into River Central. It will be very obvious. Our eyes will see it. This is what this senator is doing. Like I told you about Justice Vanigo. What she's doing, especially with health, equipping health institutions over there within her jurisdiction. But they are not doing much. And you won't blame them, they are not doing much in the state. Like when somebody cited example of governors receiving so much money, and he was able to mention that it was only OT that is using his money. I want to play devil's advocate at this point, a conspiracy theory. I think probably the president decided to remove oil subsidies to make more money available for governors, to build his puppet, to his tone. You can see the defection, how it's going. He's given them so much money, and they're defecting with the money. Take, for instance, River State government. It's just that the 2 years or 2 years plus of our dearly beloved governor of River State has been a 2 years and a half of turmoil, of wahala. Else, probably we have been in a position to x-ray what our dearly beloved governor of River State has done. The friendly governor, the civil service friendly governor and all that. He's a gentleman, there's no doubt. He's a man of peace. We like his way, but we can't judge him because it has not been easy for this young man. So, like I say, conspiracy theory. The center decided to give more money to governors to lure them in, to do their deeds. Look at what is happening in Senate. Is it not about some Senate we have? Like we always say, the worst Senate we have had in the history of this country is the Senate. Senate led by who? By Akpabio. And it's about some Senate. The same thing happening to House of Reps and all that. So what are we talking about? They are not doing any shit. They are not doing anything, sorry. These are not working. They're not working.
Thank you, Doc.
Tell me, what can we see today we can say governors are doing? From north to south, east to west, what are they doing? Apart from OT, and you know why OT is working hard? He doesn't have a godfather. He's a minority. He doesn't belong to the parties and all that, like the Liverpool of those days, who became the whipping governors. So, for me, it would have been better that this money is allowed to flow so that every Dick, Tom, and Harry will partake on it. And that would have been to have left oil subsidy. If you have removed the subsidy and you're using it to do something, not the coastal rail line, that one is elephant project that I don't understand. But you have pulled the subsidy and you're using it. Look at what is happening in other hospitals. Nothing is going on. So he just gives this money, put them in.
Thank you, Doc.
That they become members. Thank you, Maxwell.
Thank you. Yes, good evening.
Yeah. Honorable Mark.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening. How are you?
Great. Go ahead.
This is Okibim Junior from Abua.
Yes, please.
Mark, the issue of constituency project is a big issue. And I thank you that you're bringing this topic for discourse, because it's a really disturbing issue. These lawmakers are changing us because the constituency project that they collect, I don't see what they use it for.
Hello.
Mr. Maxwell, good evening. The burden in my heart is these holes they are digging. I don't know the service provider that.
That's not for us. They just came in. Good evening.
Hello, Uncle Max. Mama, back
ahead.
again. The scrapping of constituency project, yes, I support it in its entirety. One man became a House of Rep member for 8 years. He did nothing. Became senator for 8 years. He did nothing. But he was able to buy tracts of land, up to 2 miles from the one point to the other, and build houses, estates inside that plots of land. Yet, in his constituency, in his senatorial district, there are schools that have no roof. There are schools that children are sitting on the floor. There are schools without healthcare centers. I could remember he bought recharge card printing machine for few individuals in one or two constituencies, and that was all. The rest monies were used for buying of escalates, buying expensive stores for Etibo, and wearing 500,000 naira shoes and walking stick. Is that what a man is supposed to do for his people? If they know how to scrap this constituency project, they should scrap it properly so that we will know.
Thank you, Ma'am.
How we are going to manage ourselves.
All right, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Max.
Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Dr. Nobo.
Go ahead.
This is my own humble submission as regards the topic we are discussing. I think there are two things to this constituency project, money of the thing. One, I think the legislature, that is their own bargain in terms of sharing the federal resources. So that is their own bargain. Since the executive, they are in charge of a large chunk of the money. So them, how far? So this was like their own bargain. so that they can be part of the national cake sharing. But be it as it may, it wasn't also a bad idea that they should also have their own part of the chunk of the money, so that they can use it to develop where they came from, or people that voted for them, to use it to empower them. But it's quite unfortunate that most of these legislatures now, instead of them to use that money to do what is needed, the needful, they are using it to enrich themselves. They are using it to, use it to weaponize, during the election. That is the time they will now go home. That is when they will remember they have a village, they have a constituency. They will go and buy rice and buy wrapper and be dashing people. So left for me, there should be a law on it, so that they can be properly questioned. Because most especially we from this southern part of the country, we don't have that F1 trait to be able to question our leaders. But if you go to the Northerners are not like that. They can question their leaders. They can, because the Northerners
Thank you very
come
much.
closer to their people. But here we don't do that. We just talk, on phone, on the radio, and all of that. We cannot question them. So I think if they can scrap it, fine, it'll be better. But even if they scrap that thing, the money, when it will now go back to the center, what would the center still be using it to do? They will still be embezzling the money.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Maxwell.
Sir?
I call back. It's Okidi Junior from Abua.
All right.
Yeah, what I was saying, the law of changing.
Your line is breaking. Oh, sorry. Good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello?
Yes, good evening.
I'm sorry for that network disorder.
Yes, please.
Okay, Maxwell, there is a problem, and I believe let government do this very fast. The way mad people are walking on the road naked, like
Are
today,
you following us,
saw
sir?
one.
You are not following us, sir. It's not eyewitness reports. It's not your time. Max, the reps member is on his own. That motion will not even see the light of the day. If at all, he pushed for it, because it's within their jurisdiction to decide to float it or step it down. Note, they earn good funds from that. All right. Yes, good evening.
Yes, Max.
Go ahead.
Network is disturbing. Yeah, what I was saying is there's this particular lawmaker that is representing Abua Ahoda East, Ahoda constituency. For 8 years, Max, we have not seen anything done by this in Abua Udwal. 8 years. The one in Senate, we have not really seen anything. Now, the recent one that is representing Abua in House of Assembly, we heard that IBAS gave them 350 million naira each. Mass, till today, we have not seen anything. It's a constituency project. Have you heard anything that any of them has done? In River State, they have just eaten that money. They use that money as their own money. And I pity the youth, the gullible youth. These people will receive all this money and they give them 20,000 to 5 youths. And you will see the youth posting these people, appreciating them on social media. Is that not an aberration? Mass.
Sir?
There's a problem in our society. May God continue to use you to sensitize the youth in this part of the country. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, sir. All right. Messages can be sent to 0701 9339 962. Good evening.
Hello, good evening, Mr.
Yes,
Martin.
please go ahead.
Yeah, on the issue of this constituency, my name is Akonji
All right.
from this Shoba side. You see, it is trust that lost in our society. There's nothing like a cancel that constituency project, because that is the closest asset that both politicians have to meet people. In Southwest, all the politicians have constituency offices that they have people that is working there. Even if they are not around, people go there to go and lodge their complaint in their constituency. But that trust is no more there again. Those politicians, immediately they collect that money, they take that money as if it is their own money, and they use it for politics instead of them to use it for what they're supposed to use it for. And if you see anybody in Nigeria today supporting those things, the assurance is that that person is eating from that money one way or the other. Because constituency job is supposed to see, it's something that everybody can see. Not that you will tell me that somebody do something somewhere. It's something that we're supposed to see in our constituencies. So why can somebody now tell me that so senator, he do this, he do that? That means you benefit from it. It's not something that is due for the public. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you very much. We still have a few minutes to go on this conversation. Should it be scrapped? Constituency project. Is this something you feel, looking at the amount of money, if you take a look at your community, are you benefiting from it? Like, are you seeing the dividends of constituency project? Or you think the lawmakers are just using it to galvanize themselves and enjoy life? Yes, good evening. Hello?
Hello, Max.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening to you.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, for your program, you mentioned about the constituency project. To me, I would like them to scrap it because we have a former lawmaker in my area, the man that comes from Umegu community himself. I did not see even ordinary monopomp. We didn't see. We didn't even see renovation of maybe small primary, maybe at least to renovate one room of primary school. There is nothing like that until it's turn of finish. The next thing I heard that the former governor didn't give them any money for constituency project. Then if they didn't give you any money for constituency project, is it bad for you to write to the governor? Governor, please, my road is bad. The former lawmaker, you know that if you want to go to his community, you want to go to maybe the community, you normally pass some Akan way through pipeline road, follow some backyard. Then the major road that leads to his own compound.
Hello? Okay, network there. 0810-9510-951. Okay. The young man who called in and talked about Tobacre, that they have all the amenities. Please, for those who are within that environment, is it true? Maxwell, greetings once again. Building town hall for a community, is it part of constituency project? Building town hall, basically, before any lawmaker uses your money that was given to him to do any constitution, there's supposed to be needs assessment. The man is supposed to have a town hall meeting with his constituents. What do you guys need? You raise your hand, water, this, and that's what he's supposed to do. But the reverse is the case. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Mark.
Go ahead.
Yes, this is case. I just want the person that called from Obaka, please do not the people. He's talking to Nigerians because many people are listening to this station. The internal road that he's talking about was done by the former governor of Koike, not the senator or the rep or no. And the line that he's talking about was even given by the NTDC. We're talking, let the people to address the issues. Whether he just wants to face, no. Let's face the reality. Just about more.
The line is breaking. James, I don't understand your message. I don't understand this message. Is this message meant for us? Because it's not correlating with what we're discussing here. So take a look at your community. Are you getting the needed development as far as constituency project money is concerned? Note that that money is originally yours. In fact, every money every fund within the confines of government belongs to the people. The only difference is that these guys are supposed to manage these funds for you. You get what I'm saying? That's the problem. So, but that's where we are right now. Are you enjoying constituency project? Electricity, access roads, and mostly the roads within the rural areas are not expensive because you don't have too many big trucks running within our area, except if it's an oil-bearing community where you have trucks coming in. Apart from that, you don't get to you don't need too many sophisticated roads, link roads, solar light, solar water. Well, that's much we can take. We need to go for this short commercial break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelt.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
What are you doing there?
I want to play.
a reasonable something to use and do that road block. You understand? You go there, you see all this truck, so all this wheelbarrow them, you see some wood where don't even reach to even use cook better soup. You see that they use it and block road, causing nuisance. If you close, just get to that place, see what the kind of thing that is going on. They started this last week. They coming back now, they have blocked that side. Another division is collecting from the other side. This other side, another division. It's too embarrassing now. They should grow, please. God bless you. All this kind of thing, they pay me for body.
Thank you.
I told you last time I was with someone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's take other calls. Good evening. Welcome.
Hello, good evening, my brother.
Go ahead.
I'm calling for the United States.
Can you speak up, sir?
Thank you, my brother. I'm saying this for the people.
Yes.
The indigenous of our law and the non-indigenous of our. What is going on in this particular regime is very, very bad. And I won't beg everybody, both indigenous, if you see any strange face in your area, make sure you call the authorities for them. Because this year, these people, they have terrorized this regime, especially this regime road. There is particular one time that they enter one man shop, park all his rights. The same line they enter on that shop. Only one night, and there is a street light in this place that I'm talking. And all these things has never happened in Arlo before. Because I see Arlo as a good place. So I don't know how they want to talk. They want to turn Embodo as a one front of criminal, of armed robber. This thing happened to me particularly this week. My wife just entered inside house. Just to just do something inside the room. Before she came out, she carried her phone. And that particular day, she's supposed to receive one message for the document of 50 that have been spent a lot of money for. They stole that phone. I've been shouting to every one of them that I'm the one that is begging you now to return this phone. Because they understand that you'll be begging me, say, Ogakon, take your phone. That time, I will not listen to anybody. Both the buyer, everybody, they will raise the case. So I'm begging the chief and the new youth president of Umbodo community. So please help us in that regime road. There is a bad thing that is going on in that particular place. You cannot sleep and close your two eyes for that regime road. Thank you very much. May God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good evening, go ahead. Yes, please go ahead.
Looking well, there is this health center, primary health center. I've talked about it like oftentimes. When you're coming from Eleme Junction, you are going to J. You get to the first community in a J there. I don't know. I talked about the primary health center. Now the roof is almost gone. No windows. They use their cellophane to put the windows. But surprisingly, before I was driving, they have this place. They are shooting. I saw folks. They are doing. So I didn't know how you have that place. But I think that's a good one. Because like as I said, I don't think my wife will go there for antenatal. Where I live is even far. Side is there. But however, if the government or company has decided to do something about that place, whether they hear us, we talk about it or not, that's a good one. After having said so, the airport hotel, I earlier talked about what was on my mind. I passed through to the airport, came back today, and I see that area is forest. And it's not a good one for River State. If we're talking about tourism, anybody coming from outside the world and traversing through that exit, either through Obrikore or you're coming to Iguta, the River State government should liaise with Bayelsa State and let them refurbish that place and put that place to use. And again, before I drop, from Abua Junction in Ahoda town to Abua Odutua, even to Dejima Hawk, River State government to do it. So the anything that's huge. I hold it. Company.
Your line is breaking. Good evening. Hello. Hello. State School Edoha in Ahoda East LGA that was built by former Governor Mechi is yet to be completed. Engineer Godwin Harry, you're calling on the authorities to come and complete the school. Good evening. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Good evening, Lucky Master. This is General Ololo.
Yes,
calling from Port Harcourt. Lucky Maxwell, please. My own, I want to appeal to my local government chairman, the Asantoro local government chairman, Honorable Nenjovo Religious. Should please remember the people of Minama under Asaka. We are part of Asaka. Please, we don't have light for the past. Let me not lie. For the past 9 years, we don't have light. All our pool has been falling. The wire has been stolen from those truck pushers. Please, you should remember us. We don't need to come and build anything for us. We don't need to come and start new projects. You should just try and silver the light for us. Please, we beg of him. At least we see our transformer. It's just some few poles and the wires. It will not cost up to 20 million naira. Please, Minama don't have light. In Central Calabari, where I come from, Minama don't have light. And Minama don't have light. They don't have light. We are living in darkness. We can't even see each other at the night. It's not for the solar that the NDDC remember us and fix our roads. It's not. I'm not sure that we are going to see each other at the night when we are moving on the road. Please, I beg you, Manama is part of our side, and Ulama is part of our side. Please remember her.
Thank you very much.
Choose this life for us from March to December. This is all.
Right. Good evening. Go ahead.
Hello, Max. Good evening.
Yes, please.
Max, my weakness is this our road. We are suffering on this cornerstone road. The road is very, very bad. It's very, very. People are living there. We are suffering. Our road, you cannot access that road with your car. From Muraja to Cornerstone, you cannot. Except you enter inside and turn before you come out. Just to dodge some areas. But that road is very bad. I'm begging our government to come and help us. Help us and do something on that road. And this Muraja Health Center, since the Mechi government, they work there, they built that health center. But it's not working. It's not working. All the whole, this Ebelu, Mbaraja, Bogoro, no health center except Ozoba. So if something happen, emergency, how women, people are suffering. Let government do something, especially about local government chairman. Let him come and do something. It's my own area with this one now. I beg. Thank you. That's my eyewitness. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. Go ahead.
Yeah, welcome, Master. Good evening.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, please, I want you to investigate to know the true picture of the state towards education. I'm a head teacher, but please let me maintain so that the people won't understand me. We were told to collect 3,000 funds from people. Then those in the secondary section to collect 4,000 directed from board. This universal basic education board. I want you to confirm whether this directive is from government or those in the board are directing us to collect. Please, I'm afraid to collect, so that's why I'm calling. Thank you very much. We're not practicing a paid guest fantastic.
All right, thank you.
What is happening in the state? I don't know.
Yes, good evening. I agree to sir.
Oh no, from Anata.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Master, my eyewitness today, no be small matter. My small taxi white guest, I say they carry my children go through. That our road don't scatter the motor finish. You know, so I tell you, I told you I'm looking for work. At the end of the day, I don't see work. I say, okay, this motor, let I find ways to let money fix them so that I go see use them, they go hot, small. People don't even have early morning. My brothers go me today. I borrow 250,000 for the motor. It be like say I never start work. I beg, Governor, since you say government has started, we have not seen the impact of government has started in our area. In this part of this ring road, I beg, come to our aid. We are dying. This 250,000, if I keep them now, any I see my December don't show. Where I say, make I go hustle. Now, from now to December, I go run out 250,000 with this motor. Eh? Is it possible for me to run out 250,000? So please, Governor Sim, come to our aid, this ring road. The thing is getting too much. Keep starter, all the leg, both joints, everything, tire, everything, bed finish. I'm out of the bounce like basketball. 2 tires that I bought today, Belgian tire, not new one, 70,000 naira. Not even grade 1 of Belgium, 70,000. So please, Mr. Governor, please, government has started. We have not seen anything. We have not seen any beggar, contractors, engineers, or the equipment anywhere around this our area. Please come to our aid. We are going through a lot. That's my witness.
Thank you. Good evening.
That's right, good evening.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
It's from a good
man. All right.
It's second time that things have come. You know that I used to use the Nepal light.
Can you turn off your radio set, sir?
Let me you know that I used to use the Nepal light and proud that the first time rain roof. But the second time now, they do what they do, they come back. So, my brother, this one when we see here, don't be light again and I push and start to. But God did. Because anybody, as somebody ruling own 8 years finish, and they didn't know one common hand for the other man, and the same river saying all of us come. I know one common hand for the other person to rule. The way he carried this river say for mine. If you remember God, the day of judgment day. Thank you.
So my area report is the pitiable condition of primary and secondary schools in my area, Rundele Clan. There is gruesome lack of teachers in these schools. I plead our able governor should massively employ teachers to man schools, not only in Rundele but the entire schools in River State. The graduate teachers are there in their thousands, jobless and digging their hands in immoral activities to survive. Lastly, I call on our governor to look into the plight of retirees and speedily pay their gratuities and pension arrears. The suffering is beyond us. Consider our age. Sir Simeon from Rundele. Good PM presenter, on behalf of myself and the entire immediate past prefect of CSS and Bolo Oroko wishes. Which one is this one? I don't understand this one. This one, is it eyewitness? Sylvester from Rumekini says the canal that was supposed to channel water to Choba River that runs from Sars Road along the high tension through back of school road in Rumekini that was abandoned for more than 16 years is still unattended to after dredging about 1,000 feet. The reason for the abandonment was that the right-of-way through which the canal will pass have been sold to some people who have built on the right-of-way. During the dredging, those who built on the right-of-way made problem that made the dredging company to stop the work. I'm calling on the authorities concerned to come to our aid. The rains are here again. All right, thank you, Sylvester. My eyewitness is that today I saw some men wearing reflective jackets of Riwama around Elime Junction. They crossed mountains of dirty along the roads and entered shops to collect sanitation levy. In a radio program, the managing director said that their law has been streamlined from the sanitation authority to only waste management. Why is Riwama avoiding to remove dirt from the roads to collecting monies? Is this the river state of our dream? Is Riwama for revenue or managing the waste? God help us. Mr. John, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Maxwell.
Go ahead.
Yes, this is Tony calling you from Port Harcourt. My eyewitness is that I saw a policewoman at Rumokro Pier collecting money from those people that are selling on the road. A policewoman, just now, collecting money from those people selling on the road. And if you check that road, since the inception of this new chairman, now that place used to be free in the daytime. So this evening, police will now be taking money from them and allow them to block road. Why it will be causing hold up there? Is it good? What are Nigerian police turning to? Is their name Monica? Ah, wow.
This one is Monica again.
Good evening, Mars. My name is Frank from Burukiri. My eyewitness is the potholes, Port Harcourt roads. The potholes are just so much. Most of the annoying of the potholes is the one on the Eliozi road. Even on the Eliozi bridge, there is pothole on it. If you are descending from the bridge going towards the new road, that road, there's a lot of potholes there. Wicked potholes. Please, the government should do something about it. And that road is also a road leading to the airport. And most of them are using the road, so they should be aware of such things. I don't know why this government, they want people to be talking every time before they will do the right thing. Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hello, good evening. Ogamaswe.
Go ahead.
Which agent is tired of mad people in River State? There's one madman that always moves from Rumokro, corner of Port Harcourt, from east to west in Port Harcourt. 2 meters, black and dark. Only him, walking around even the Ikere Road, from my house to Rumigbo, from Rumigbo to Rumokro, walking around. Government should look into this matter and see how to handle this situation now. Or the man, is this on assignment, which I don't know, or is this state assignment, or I cannot coerce. So they should do something about it and take away these people away from people. This is the hazard, public hazard. Please, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I urge the newly elected chairman of Abolga in the person of Wolobi Ofori to come to the rescue of the good people of Hatafa by replacing the damaged electric poles in the area so that Hatafa can be shining with electricity as other parts of Abua. Because ever since the former LGA chairman left office till now, we're in total darkness. Abu chairman, please come to the rescue of Hatafa by replacing their poles. Inate Jacob from Hatafa Abua. Please keep your calls coming in.
Good evening, Maxwell. Good evening. I beg this ring road will they do for us. If you dey from Rupoku, they go in the car. That road don't scatter finish. We know they fit drive motor pass there again. Keke no they fit pass. Even like self they struggle to pass. If they no one do this work again, at least make them come fill those places now so that we see they pass. Now I beg them. I beg Maxwell, help me beg them. Thank you.
0810-95. You can do a voice note if you're having difficulty reaching us. Please do a voice note. Send it to 0701 9339 962. 0701 9339 962. 0701 9339 962. Good evening.
Mr. Mars, I'm still calling from Port Harcourt.
Yes, please.
Mr. Mars, my own is not Cornerstone Road. That is my own eyewitness. The governor should do something on that road. I believe that road is state road, it's not NDDC road. They should do something on that road. The NDDC should come and complete that street light that they are putting. They have not ended it. I don't know who they give the contract. The president should try and finish that contract so that there will be light in that Cornerstone Road. But the major thing is the bad road. That is my stake. Thank you. Bye.
Cornerstone. It will be required from that junction down to the flyover. Everywhere is dark. Please, the authorities should do something. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Ebi Samuel. I'm calling you from Rokboko.
Go ahead.
My eyewitnesses. What I have been complaining about in the Chuku Estate. In the Chuku Estate in Rokboko, we don't have these solar lights. And of recent, I have been seeing those bays that they prepared in other areas around us that even have the lights. Around the Rokboko, but not in the Chuku Estate. Very close to the street before in the Chuku Estate. I am seeing the bays where they stand the poles. They are doing those things, those bays around those areas. And in Indachuku Estate, I have not seen any. From a right source, they told me that they've given the contract to somebody that's supposed to do those things in Indachuku Estate too, but I have not seen anyone. So I don't know how to get to that person, or I think with what I'm saying now, if the person is listening, he will know. In Indachuku Estate, we have not seen anything. We are still in darkness as I'm talking to you now. These solar lights, from the right source, I heard that they've been giving the contract out to somebody. So whoever that is in charge of these lights should come and begin to do these things in our area, this thing that is in Rokboko. That's the more reason why, yes, that's my eyewitness, because I saw those things in other streets around, very close to Indachuku. And I don't know the reason why they are not doing those things in Indachuku Estate for us to get these solar lights. I don't know the reason why. So I said, let me complain to you. And it is my eyewitness because I saw it. And one other thing I wanted to complain is this Market Square Junction. That place has been causing a lot of hold up every day because of the potholes there. I don't know who is in charge to at least let them come and fill these potholes so that we'll drive freely. Every morning you come to Rokboko in Market Square there, that place, if not for the help of the policemen and women that are there, that is how this hold up will be there every day. So whoever that's in charge, or I am even calling the governor, our honorable governor, to at least let them give their contract to somebody, or if he will come and do it, let them fill these potholes around River State, at Umati, at Urumobiakane. That is a place I pass every day. That one I will not even say that is a pothole. That one is well. It's well now. It's causing a lot of traffic and vehicles are falling there every day. Let them go and fill it. My name is Ebi Samuel. I rest my case. Thank you very much, Maxwell.
Thank you. Yes, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, my eyewitness is that today on Aba Road, I saw a police officer collecting money from motor drivers and giving change of 1,000. So I don't know what the police say on the road, why they're giving change. That's my eyewitness. Come on, get
Good
away.
evening. Hello, good evening. Hello. Hey, you want to find out what police is selling? Ah. Eh. Mm. Eh. Okay. Please, this message is not eyewitness. If you want to congratulate anybody, you can reach out, you buy time, and then you do it. Huh?
Thank you. Good evening. And God bless you, sir. Pastor Godi, the voice of the voiceless.
Is that all? Okay.
I have been seeing Samuel, good evening. It's Mr. Bina calling you from Port Harcourt. This ring road from Ozoba to Bogoro, there is no way to pass there. Every time, all people cars spoil everywhere. I just understand the government we are running into this Nigeria. Honestly, we are not enjoying this country. So somebody will keep on shouting before they come and do something. Look at how people are suffering in that road. There is no road at all.
All right, keep the calls coming in. We have 10 minutes to go on the show. Send in a voice note to 0701933962. Okay, let's take this one.
Maxwell, good evening, Mr. Yusuf. Please, I'm begging the state government to quickly look for a way and put flyover at Choba Junction. Maxwell, those pothole at the Choba Junction, even if they put that pothole in order, hold up will still be there. Choba Junction is busy, seriously busy. Please, they should put flyover there so that they can also help the students, those that want to cross road. Because I know how many times when car don't crush a student in that Choba Junction. Please, you know, bike is dragging one side, the other everyday bike is also dragging. Keke bus is also this other side dragging another thing. That place is so busy. If you didn't watch very well to cross that place, sorry is your name. Please, to reduce that pressure in that place, state government should try and put flyover in that place. I thought that on Friday when our governor was passing there, was it Thursday, Saturday? I thought that maybe he would have stopped to know what to do about that place. I know it's federal road, but he should try and do something about that place. But to me, I suggest flyover would be better in that Choba Uniport Junction. God bless you, Maxwell.
All right, another flyover. The ones where they visit never been and finish. You're looking for another flyover.
Hello, good evening, Lucky Maxwell. This is Pastor God, the voice of the voiceless. I want to use this medium and this great platform that you have given to us to send a SOS message to our governor. Please, His Excellency Similaye Fubara Joseph. I want to draw your attention to the plight and sufferings of fiscal challenge in Rivers State. Since you came to power, Lord, we are here to fully feel your impact. Though the last time you gave 40 slots of employment to these people in this special community, the dubious and the greedy ones among us shared it with their cronies. I didn't know that employment scale true. But however, as many of us are down in penury, hunger, and diseases, no money to go to tertiary hospitals for treatment, please do well and extend your hands of goodwill to fiscally challenge in Rivers State. As whatever I do to them, you lend to God. It's Almighty God that will pay you back, they cannot pay you. Thank you, good evening, and God bless you, sir. Pastor Godi, the voice of the voiceless.
Good evening, welcome.
Hello,
good evening.
Good evening. My complaint is this. We retired from local government. I don't know whether it is a sin for one to work with the local government and then retire. This is from Fubara generously approves minimum wage of 85,000 to Rivers workers. The states are receiving it, and even the local government staff, those that are active service, are receiving this. They have received this money. But we who retire from the local government, even the state retirees, have gotten their own. Last time when from Lalaye Fora gave them 100,000 Christmas bonus, we are not giving. The local government staff who retire, they are not giving. Now the minimum wage that they are paying them, states have already received their own. Even the they have paid. But we of the local government, nothing. Up to today, our salary is just like that. Those of us who are laborers, who, in fact, nothing. But thank God that we are receiving the monthly Sunday. But they should reflect it. They should reflect the minimum wage on in our salary so that we too will benefit. It's not good. It's not the same River State. Are we not Nigerians? Are we not in River State? Or is it a sin to work in the local government and then retire? Is local government not part of River State workers? So I call on the Nolge state president and the NLC state president. They should put us together and then find out to solve this problem for us. The office is at Forces Avenue, number 5A Forces Avenue. That's the board of the local government retirees in River State. Hussein Fobra should please help us and pay us our minimum wage. Directly to pay us our minimum wage. Local government, retirees or pensioners as the case may be. Please, that is my report. Thank you for your platform. Yeah.
Mark, so greetings. A few weeks ago, the governor instructed Julius Berger, handling Rupokwe and Eka Road, to resume work immediately. And up till now, Julius Berger has not resumed work. And we don't know why they have not resumed work since the governor instructed them to resume work. Thank God, ability at Twebu. Okay, thank God you sent that message twice. Well, that's much you can take on the show. I'll see you tomorrow again for another exciting time on radio. Stay with us and don't go anywhere. Good evening.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose giving because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world would be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
On a day like this, I cannot forget the goal master, the goal machine, the goal's father, as we used to call him. Today we compare him with the young man who is just starting the business of playing football, Victor Osimhen. Of course, who am I talking about? The greatest of them all. Goal scoring came to him naturally, Rashidi Yekini. 13 years ago, he departed this sinful world in circumstances that I tell you no one really will want to talk about. Definitely, we'll talk about it on the show today because I have a man who was his friend, he was his lawyer, he was his companion, he was his confidant. Barrister Jibril Mohammed is on the show with us. Global Sports Update. My name is Godwin Enakena. We'll take a break. When we come back, we are going straight to talking to the lawyer who knows so much about Rashidi Yekini. Welcome back. Rashidi Yekini, the ghost father, is gone. 13 years down the road. How well has it been remembered? How much have we done to immortalize the super being? Once again, welcome to the show, Barrister Jibril Mohammed. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, Mr. Godwin. Good day. How have you been?
I'm good, definitely, but right now, I'm very emotional talking about Rashidi Yekini.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your concern and your feelings towards my friend, my companion, my client, and a brother who confided so much in me. I'm very happy. I'm very grateful that you have always been keeping in touch and showed so much interest in his estate, in his children, and everything about him. I really appreciate your concern.
48 years, that was when Yekini passed. May 2012, precisely. That's 13 years ago. Now, listen to this, Barrister Jibril. How do you feel whenever you read that Yekini suffered from bipolar disorder and some undisclosed psychiatric condition? How does it make you feel?
I feel sad and I feel that that was a very bad commentary about my client, because he never showed any sign of such ailment or mental disorder, other than the fact that people misunderstood him, what he stood for. Except you were very close to Rashidi Yekini, you may never understand the kind of personality he was. His childhood, how he was brought up, his upbringing, what he suffered, what he lacked when he was growing up, and he fought against all those obstacles and became what he was. And for people who were close to him, who were supposed to know better, to have attacked, to have hanged that very unfortunate tag on him, I feel bad anytime I hear about such development.
But Barrister Jibril, the mother, to be precise, Rashidi Yekini's mom and the family were the ones who kept selling this narrative to the rest of the world. They insisted that it was not okay.
That is the most unfortunate part, Mr. Godwin, because all the while they tried to sell that narrative, so many things happened. It was when they realized that he was not doling out money to them the way they wanted. Rather, he was giving money out to people who were initially complaining that Rashidi Yekini was stingy. He suddenly started listening to people, giving people money openly, because what he used to do before, if he did anything good to you, or if he helped you in any way, if he assisted you financially, he will call you to corner and insisted that you must not let anybody know about what he did to you, for you. And he did several things that I can't use this forum to narrate extensively, because I know so many people who benefited from his generosity, that until when he died, when we were doing his 8 days fidal prayer, that they came out openly and was telling people, they even granted interview to Tribune, to Nigeria Television Authority, and all the media outfit that came for the event. They came and they were openly discussing, because they said when he was alive, he said that nobody should know. I know people who Rashidi Yekini completed their house. I know people, someone that he bought the car for. I know someone who he even sponsored for NIS course.
Wow.
So what the parents felt was not normal was because suddenly Rashidi Yekini, who was not giving people money openly, started giving people money openly. And they felt that was taking their own expected returns away from them, because suddenly you realize that he didn't have anybody with him. There was no wife, there was no children were not with him, and the only thing the family cared about was just monetary interest and consideration they got from him. So he stopped doing that to them, and they realized that it was time for them to approach him. He denied them access to his house, and before, they even came from a doctor from Oshogbo telling stories that I was not feeling fine, to the extent that Rashidi came to me and he asked me to call on the Commissioner of Police of Oyo State then. Baba Adesabolanta was the Commissioner of Police then.
Okay.
In Oyo State. And he invited everybody with the DPO that covered his area in Oviole, some of the people who came from Wira, the doctor who came from Oshogbo, and even the one of the wives who left, who also came with them. And the Commissioner of Police interviewed everybody and even asked some people to conduct interview for Rashidi Yekini openly. And it was
normal.
Normal. He was giving reason why he did not want to see some of them, reason why he was doing what he was doing. And it was even the doctor that came said there was nothing wrong with Rashidi
Yekini.
So he was driving his car around, he was going for training regularly, he was Liberty Stadium. Even that doctor also came for the meeting and said he was his personal doctor and he had never treated Rashidi Yekini for any other ailment apart from malaria. So where did they get that story from? And the commissioner of police said they should leave him alone, and even if there will be need for anything to happen to Rashidi Yekini, because he's not families. Rashidi Yekini is a national treasure, he's a legend. And whatever will happen to him, the state must be aware. So he gave a standing order that they should leave him alone. Wherever they want to have access to him, they can come to his office and he will call him to attend to them if he did not want to see them in his house. Because he has his right to live privately. It's a constitutional right and they can't force anybody to see him if he refused to see them.
Yes.
So
Now,
when that did not work, they also went to court and filed an application that the court should stop Rashidi Yekini from having access to his account. The court refused that application. They went to bank to block his account. The bank manager told them that they couldn't do that because it's a personal thing. They owe him that duty of confidence, not to allow anybody to have access to his account.
Wow.
So those are the stories, those are the issues that were there before they now eventually took him away. And when he died, they needed to give a story to cover their track.
Okay, Barrister Jibril Mohammed. Let's talk about Rashidi Yekini's mom. Her involvement. You once told me that if you had your way, that the mom should be tried for murder.
Not only his mom, two of his children, which is Rashidi Yekini's siblings, younger brother and younger sister, who were unfortunately they are also late now. I'm talking of Hakim and Rafiat. They are late now. They were part of the people who came to Ibadan to forcefully take Rashidi Yekini away with some marabouts from Kwara State. They took him away, and after some weeks, he was declared dead. Wow.
Well, why was it easy for them to come to Ibadan, handcuff Rashidi Yekini, and they took him away? A man you describe as normal, and that the doctor even said there was no problem with him. The commissioner of police in Oyo State said there was nothing wrong with him. How were they able to have access to Rashidi Yekini to the extent that as big, as massive, as strong as he was, they were able to take him away?
You know, when they came that day, it was even a story that was related to me by late Rafia and Hakim. When we were probing them out, they succeeded in taking him away. They said they laid ambush for him very close to his house. And usually they know his routine. Every morning he will go for training. He comes back around 11 or thereabout after training to shower, prepare his breakfast for himself before he will relax and go back later in the afternoon or in the evening to go to the Sabo area. That's where he usually observe his evening prayer and night prayer. So they said as soon as he came in, and unfortunately that day, he's a gate man who was usually manning his gate, was not around. I think he took excuse to visit his family. So when he opened the gate for himself, he drove in. So it was when he got down from the car to close the gate behind him, that his mother just entered the building. And when he was asking the mother that, why did you come? Why did you inform me that you were coming? I was not expecting you. So when those malams came from behind, apparently they came with the mother and they approached him. And they said the mother was talking to him that, why have you been avoiding me? As they were discussing, those people just touched Yekini with some object, and he just went down.
With charms, you mean? With charms, you mean?
Yeah, with charms, I want to believe so. And they took him, put him inside the car. Even his personal car, his car that he drove in that day, Hakim drove the car with them, and they took him with the car and they drove off.
Certainly, we'll be back tomorrow. I can't talk about Rashidi Yekini in one edition. The reason we're back tomorrow with Barrister Jibril Mohammed, the lawyer to Rashidi Yekini when he was still alive. See you again tomorrow. Let's keep cruising. Let's keep praying for Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM. Where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
around. I'm sure a lot of us must have heard about the news or must be, in the know of what it is about. So now, we know the Delta North lawmaker, right? Ned Nwoko, Senator Ned Nwoko. Now, there was an interview he had a day ago, I think, yesterday. And in that interview, he says that I feel sorry for men with one wife. Now, Ned Nwoko defends polygamy amidst denying abusing Regina Daniels. Now, the part I want to focus on the thrill tonight is the interview he had yesterday and his opinion on polygamy and, his hot takes on polygamy and the society. Now, he says that I feel sorry for men with one wife. Now, that's Ned Nwoko speaking. Senator Ned Nwoko has stirred fresh reactions online after saying that he feels sorry for men with just one wife, claiming that polygamy gives men more stability and balance. Now, in his opinion, polygamy gives men more stability and balance. The Delta North lawmaker made the statement during an interview where he was also questioned about the ongoing marital crisis. Now, that's not what our focus is on the thrill tonight. We're focusing on his opinions on polygamy and the society. He says that polygamy gives men more balance and stability. Now, when he was asked how he manages to handle 4 wives, something most men find nearly impossible, Ned Nwoko paused before responding confidently, and he says, that's a different topic for another day. But yes, every man should do that. Imagine telling you to stand on one leg. It's difficult. But when you stand on 2, 3, or 4, you are more balanced. That's the example he gave. Now, he says, I feel sorry for those who have one wife because it is difficult to stand on one leg. Now, he's making a comparison between, having wives and your balance in life, right? He says, imagine standing on one leg. That's imagine marrying just one wife. And now he compares that as opposed to standing on 2 legs, 3 legs, 4 legs. In his example, he compares that with marrying 2, 3, 4 wives. And he says it brings balance and stability to a man. Then the interviewer asked him, pointed out that, the Bible doesn't support polygamy. Senator Ned Nwoko quickly replied, the Old Testament does. I'm a man of faith, but that's not what we're here for. Asked if he had any regrets about his marital choices, Senator Ned Nwoko firmly said no, he has no regret about his marital choices. He says, no, I don't have any regret. I would do the same thing again. That's the way it should be. You should marry who you want to marry. Now, that's the topic on the thrill tonight. That's what we're talking about on the thrill tonight. The Delta North lawmaker says that marrying more than one wife is how it should be. It brings balance, it brings stability, it's the way you should go. You should be able to marry whoever you want or as many as you want. And he says he feels sorry for men that have only one wife. Now, the question on this matter is, that's his opinion, right? I'm sure everyone listening has their opinion on polygamy and the society, how it affects the society, how it relates to the society, and, advantages or benefits, or if there are benefits, if there are, disadvantages of polygamy and the society. Now, that's for you to call in and, share your thoughts and give your opinions. But he says now that that's the way it should be. And he says he doesn't have any regrets, that if he's to do it over and over again, he will still go through this path. He will still make these marital choices he has made, over and over again. Now, the question now is, do you agree with what Senator Ned Nwoko says? Do you agree with his beliefs, his opinions? That's one. The second question is, when he says balance and stability to a man, in what ways does polygamy bring balance and stability to a man? That's two. The third question I'm asking is, polygamy and the society side by side, are there advantages Are there benefits when you place polygamy and the society side by side? Are there benefits? Are there, advantages and disadvantages? That's the question on the table we're talking about on The Thrill. I have to play another song. When that song finishes, I will come back. I'm still here though, but I'll open the phone lines because I can see calls coming in. Yes, I'll open the phone lines early enough so that I can take as much calls as possible. Stay with me on The Thrill. All right, welcome back. Thanks for staying with me. Still on the thrill on Today 95.1 FM, and you are aware of the topic we're talking about. Now is the time to open the phone lines for you to call in and tell me what you think. According to Senator Ned Woko, he says that he feels sorry for men that are married to just one wife. He says that polygamy or getting married to 1, 2, 3, 4 wives gives or brings stability to a man. Stability and balance, in his words. Now, the question is, do you agree? Are you of the opinion that, polygamy brings stability and balance to a man? That's one. Do you agree with what he says what he said in the interview? That's two. Number three, putting polygamy and the society side by side, what do you think? What are the advantages? Are there advantages or disadvantages? 0810-951-0951. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my good sister.
Yes, good evening to you.
Thank you. God bless you.
Bless you too. Go ahead.
I don't dance where.
Are you sure?
Thank you. God will bless you. I say, this woman, may God see you through.
Amen.
You don't try.
Thank you.
You are
go ahead.
our culture. You are fixing our culture. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, the distinguished Senator Nwogo.
Yes.
The talk, yes. I completely disagree with him.
Okay, why?
Yeah. Now, who polygamy the family head? Now, what thing we elect to go do for them? Now, polygamy family, they have a problem for this Nigeria. Nobody waiting at the expect from that man to tell us. If he having a challenge in his marriage home, let him keep to himself, not to come to the floor of the Senate and be telling Nigerians that if you marry one wife, you are standing on one leg. I don't believe such senator that this man can come out like this and be telling Nigeria this kind of talk. Since morning, I've been hearing on your sister radio talking about this matter. I have one wife, and I'm satisfied with my wife. My wife is giving me everything that I need in life.
So you do not believe that polygamy brings balance and stability to a man?
Tomorrow, we head now. We polygamy family head.
All right, thank you so much.
One man, one wife. One woman, one man. Thank you, my sister.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening to you, my sister.
Please. Good evening. Go ahead.
Yeah, before I comment on your topic tonight, I want to appreciate you for playing our traditional music at Ogoni's song. I requested for that.
All right.
So, thank you for keeping to your promise.
No problem.
Back to
Welcome.
the business.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I agree with what the man said because marrying a 4, 5, 10 wife is not because of you have money. If you're a man that has capacity, at least you can marry more than 5 wives. Even though you don't have the money, but people can manage together because as a man, you have the capacity to calm everybody down. Why I say so is this. While growing up, I know a man in my community. He was not a rich man. He was not a king. But he married 4 wives, and all these 4 wives eat together in one plate. I think when a man is being focused in his family, that will not be an issue. So, what he's saying is the truth. I see with him because it's not easy for a man to live with one wife alone. But we are making the choice. We have decided to make that choice by having one wife. If I want to go for the second wife, my wife will approve that. If my wife does not approve it, I don't think I will go for the second wife. So what the man says is on point.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Okay, so I'm calling to contribute to what you just said as regards Nedwoku.
Yes, please.
So my own point is this. I want us to look at it from this angle. Competition actually brings healthiness. When there is competition in anything, just take like, for example, if we have like this petrol that they are selling, if you have different refineries, it's going to crash down the price. So if we relate it to what he said, if you have 2, they will be 1. So everybody will want to try as much as they can. So keep the family in a good shape. So that the husband will look at his own side as somebody that's responsible. Everybody wants to learn from each other. Even in football, it's the same thing. When you have one particular wing with 3 good football players, everybody will want to do their best to make sure that they retain them. So I strongly agree with what you said.
All right.
If you have more than 2 or 3 wives, you will have the enemy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Senator Ned Walker says that he feels sorry for men that are married to just one wife. He says that having one wife is like standing on one leg. 2, 3, 4 wives is like standing on, multiple legs, and that makes you balance. He says that it brings balance to the society. It brings balance and stability to a man. So the question is, do you agree with what he says? Does it bring balance and stability to a man? Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you.
Yes, good evening. Welcome. All right, go ahead, please.
You said it feels so.
Yeah. Your network is... Can you speak up a bit? Because I can hear you, but it's breaking. I don't know if you can read down. I'd really appreciate that. I can hear you, but it's not very clear.
Okay, but I can hear you, but it's clear.
Okay, go ahead. Let me just try. Go ahead.
Sorry for men who have only one wife. I want to tell him to find a way to tell him to feel very sorry for him for having 4 wives and he needs to have more. Then I have men. Nigeria with Republic of India on national television and at what deal is called. So this diplomatic land, poverty Nigeria. Does he understand? A senator will open his mouth to say he feels sorry for men who have one wife. And that is what we are discussing. Please, Abara, send my message across to him that I, Robin Maja, pray for him. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Robin Maja. Hello, good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Tembiran. For me, I will not totally condemn what Nwoke said because he's speaking for himself. Polygamy is not for everybody, for those who believe in that. Work for him because he has money to throw around. When a poor man go and marry more than one, you know how many men that have died in the house of this in the name of polygamy. Some women will go to love passion for the man to love them more than the other one, but they come with a lot. A lot of men have died because of polygamy. This one wants so that he will love her more than others. And brother, all this time doesn't work good for a man, but you die before your time. So if you work for him, good for him. But for him to say any man that marry one is starting with one leg is an insult. I don't think he's supposed to go to that limit as a serving senator. So to me, it's not here or there. It depends on individual. So it's not encouraging something. We should not legalize it. And all the whole radio station is talking about all this promoting it. If you believe we have the capacity, the money to throw around, good for you. But if you know you are just average man trying to survive, even one wife is not easy. So Nwoke is talking because he has the capacity. He can throw money around as rich as a senator. So if you don't have money, come up with you. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, please.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, this is Chris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Chris, go ahead, please.
Like what Ned said, the only problem is this: polygamy or polygamous family is not something somebody should embark on, because what I know about that thing is I know of a man who married 27 wives. Even himself, he is learning work. He's a popular man. Everybody know him very well. So to me, if a man will talking about somebody to marry or more than one wife, I am telling you, if it's working for him, let him have rethink. I know somebody in my own community that married, I say 27. That 27 now, the children, most of them are vagabond, most of them cause nuisance, they beat you up. So even the other wife later killed the other one, which the head of that woman now is in shrine in my village. He went and collect all these otomoko. You know what I mean by otomoko? To kill the other one. So the children, nowhere to, all of them now, you can't visit any one of them. So to me, let him have rethink. It's not something that I will advise somebody, my enemy, to go and say you are going for polygamy or something. You want to marry more than only one sex. See how only one cannot even come in your house to collect where you carry another one add for the two. You know how that house will be now. There are some wives that can talk from morning to 6 o'clock to 6 o'clock. You can't add another one. That means eventually you go first, prepare your grave first.
All right, thank you. Hello, good evening.
My sister, I'm just laughing.
Good evening, welcome.
Evening, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
See, at times, the word talk is sweet and it's cheap. See, I could remember as a child, I know about 50 to 30-something men in my community, well rich. They have more than 5 wives. Then, men don't spend money for women. What you do, you cultivate farm, share farm from them. And the farm, they bring food for you. There's competition. This one will cook for you today. Whatever you need as a man, they will bring in for you. No problem. Even the children that love, no need in the midst of them. But these days, no matter how worthy you are as a man, no matter the capacity, no matter what, even with legacy and all that, that will still be a challenge. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
These days, unlike before, now, these people I'm telling you now, the children, they are now all grown. Some of them are still alive, being the men. But if you see the problem between the wives that they were good then and the children that they were good then, you're surprised. Because of the grandchildren in the midst of them. So now, no matter how wealthy you are, even with some legacy and all that you put in place, that will still be a problem. A heavy problem by the time you leave them. So that is one thing people don't understand. That's the time when some callers call say it's good. It's good for where? It's good before. Before that, you don't even give them money. It's good. Not to talk of now that you even give them money. Before you don't spend money, women don't. I remember they don't spend. Men don't spend money for women. They don't spend. Just go and farm, cultivate farm for them. They will go farm. They'll bring for you, see more food and all that.
All right.
You understand?
Yeah.
So not now. Things will not work now. Nobody should go and try to. Even man, we are struggling for one. I'm married with one. One just one wife for that. It's maybe now one you struggle. Not to talk of the one married two. So
You don't want to stand
because
on 2, 3, 4 legs and be balanced.
3, 4 legs. Why stand in one finish to go and stand 2, 3, 4 legs?
All right, thank you so much.
Let me tell you, my sister. See, let me just tell us. No, but don't because you have money. Maybe you have small money. You want to go and stand 2, 3 legs. You can stand concubine with 2, 3 legs. No problem. Down the but when you say gidiba should be one, they can have other things outside. No problem. But if you say you want to have all of them gidiba in the house.
All right.
Go and write your will.
All right, thank you so much. Let me take more calls.
All right.
Hello, good evening. Hello. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, brother.
Yes, please.
Sorry, the other time I called, but I didn't tell you my name.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Comedy Melanie Baton.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, let me just be brief. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. This senator, I want to know, is he been sponsoring bill or raise a motion in the floor of the Senate?
No, this is an interview that
are you
he
aware
had.
of any bill that he has sponsored from your own constituency?
Well, that question is.
Are you aware?
That question should be directed to him. I mean, that question should be directed to him.
Because I don't think this man has been sponsoring bills. We know men that have been sponsoring bills in the floor of the Senate, and they don't come up with this kind of such a disgrace information to the public. That man is facing a very serious challenge in his family. And I remind him today he will never return to that Senate come 2027. Thank you, my sister. God bless you.
All right. Thank you for your thoughts and your opinions. Hello. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, my sister.
Yes, please.
Yeah, my name is Wilson. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay. Polygamy in those days, like one person has said, when family was the main source of family livelihood, it was working well because men got it best. Everybody's famine. And then for that purpose, a family needs to lack that they can cultivate enough land during the season. One of the problems and one of the biggest problems for the society today is polygamy. There's no how you manage your family well when you are alive, and it will be like that when the man is no more. One of the contributors said that marriage for wife in compound that eating in one pot, eating in one plate, cooking in one pot. Yes, because the man is alive, sustaining it. Every moment the man is no longer alive, you see trouble. Women will go after you there. And Bible said that two can one have two masters. He said no, he decides one and love the other. And that is exactly. There's no way you can love two women equally. And for somebody to advise people to marry more than one wife, I think that is it's excessiveness. And that shows that our men in the Senate and the House of Representatives does not do much other than go there to while away time. One of the programs we had earlier in the day was saying whether the which is this allocation that will be given to them for the developing the area with the scrap. They don't have much in there than to discuss hobbies. For this one to come on air to say that people should get more than one wife. What has he keep from those to get more than one wife? To cause trouble in the family. I don't support it. Nobody should do that. Except person wants to do that. That's the problem of the society.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your thoughts. 0810-951-0951. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yeah, good evening, moderator.
Yes.
My name is Maxwell.
All right.
Ned Nwoko is absolutely correct. I see, when you have one wife, that is when she will be doing guy for you. When she don't cook, you will not eat. When she don't dress your bed will lie low as it is. When she don't give you food, that is where you are. But when you marry two, even Ned Nwoko, I simply advise him the mistake he made was to marry 4. He should have married 5. Because if you marry even number, they will plan against you. But when you marry odd number, like you marry 3 cannot conspire against you, but because 1 must come and tell you what the other rest persons are.
So if it's an odd number, it's risky, but if it's an even number, then it's balanced.
No, even number is risky.
Odd number is balanced. Oh.
Yes, because 3 persons cannot conspire. 4 persons can conspire. 5 persons cannot conspire because 1 must come and tell you. 6 persons can conspire. 7 cannot conspire because 1 must be odd.
So you agree with him? You agree with him that it brings balance to a man, and it brings stability.
Very, very correct. Right. Absolutely correct.
All right. Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you. Hello. Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. My name is Chief.
Good evening to you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, this issue is an interesting one. People want to cut off the senator's neck. Well, let me tell you, what works for A may not work for B. Are you hearing me?
I can hear you.
If there are people, even managing one wife is headache. Some of them have got married up to 4 or 5 different women. They were unable to stay with them because of their lifestyle. So it's not issue of, you marry more than one. No. There are people that have the capacity, outside money. There are people that have the capacity to take care of more than 2 women. It's not money issue. Because even people that have money enough, their wife used to run away and go and follow small boys running around. It's not money issue here. There are people that can handle 2, 3 women successfully. They will live in peace. I know there must be little trouble, but they will manage it and they will live well. What if something cannot work for you? Don't condemn it and say, it's not. Oh, I know that this economy presently, people cannot go into such thing because of many people are struggling to feed their family, to feed the one wife and children is headache. So if you want to embark on such journey, it's a social mission because you cannot feed yourself very well, talk less of feeding other people. So, but there are people that have what it takes to manage 3, 4 people. Okay, look at the men that are calling you talking here. Most of them have one wife, but they have more than 6, 7 girlfriends. How are they managing it now? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
How are they managing it? Now you have one wife, or you have up to 6, 7 girlfriends. How are you managing all of them? Is it not the same thing? Some of them even have their wife. They sit and look for their neighbor's wife, look for people's wife. They will run around. And you cannot. No, if you cannot manage something, leave it. There are people that can handle it perfectly well. I cannot do it. I don't have what it takes because I'm still trying to make sure I use the best I have, the one I have here now. So bringing another one now, the person will die of hunger because I may not be able to cater for the children and the other ones. But if I have the capacity, I know that I'm well to do. I can do. Why not? So let's not just call and say, oh, you cannot do it. No, let us not go into that exercise, that condemning people.
All right.
So if you cannot, there are people that can do it. And do it too.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's not forget that you can send a text message to 0701 933 9962. We still have like 8 more minutes to wrap up the show. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening to you.
Yeah, this is Akonichi.
All right, go ahead.
From Rumomoy.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I will not blame him. Although, it's greed that can cause someone to go for more than one wife. So we that are one wife, is this guy calling us that we don't know what we are doing? I know a time will come, he will regret of it. Although I know that he has a consistency which he's managing, and all this money he's using, languishing he should use it and take care of his consistency over there. And when you get down there, you on consistency, you will see one or two people, youth, that need money to survive. But he will not do it due to greediness and self-satisfaction. Well, he should go ahead and enjoy his life. That is not for everything. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Do you agree with what Senator Ned Nwoko, the Delta North senator, lawmaker, says, that he feels sorry for men that are married to just one wife? And he says that, getting married to 2, 3, 4 gives you stability and balance as a man, in the society. He also says that he gave the example of getting married to one wife, or having one wife is like standing on one leg and you can't be balanced. But if you're standing on 2, 3, 4, there's balance. And he says that is how it should be. So I've been asking the question, do you agree with what the senator said? That's one. How does it bring balance and stability to a man? And I also asked the question of, if you put polygamy and the society side by side, what are the advantages? Are there advantages? Are there disadvantages? If there is, what are the advantages and disadvantages of polygamy and the society? 0810-951-0951. A lot of persons have called in, shared their thoughts, their opinions. Some agree, some do not agree, give their reasons, and more. I can take one more call before I wrap up the show. It's 5 minutes more to wrap up. The world news comes up at 10 p.m. World Today at 10:30. Focus on Africa also at 10:30. 0810-951-0951. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, please. Good evening.
Yeah. What the senator say is a bitter truth. As a politician, if you marry 2, 3, 4 wives, and another senator marry only one wife, in terms of when the election comes, who do you think that he will win? That is the logic for you.
Oh.
The person that has 3, 2, 4 wives, and the person that have only one wife, that means the person that have 2 wives, 3 wives will win the person that have only one wife now. Okay, thank you, moderator.
All right, thank you for your thoughts. One more call. Okay, I can do one more call. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Queen.
This is Rona.
Okay, I'm Chief Solomon.
All right, go ahead.
That senator is correct. It will make a man to live long. If you are fit for it as a man, I think there is nothing bad there. Hence, you agree with the first wife. And even if the first wife does not agree, but you can have to agree. Can make her to agree because most people polygamous. There is a reason. There is something makes a man to think of marrying to be polygamous. So there is nothing bad in being polygamous. So, and if we continue to be polygamous, there will be no single ladies. So many ladies will get married. There will be no much, unmarried women. See, by the time one man marry 1, 2, 3, 4, it gives man joy. And even if the man doesn't have a money, but you are fit for it. We have a different two types of life. You may not have money, but you are fit. You may have money, but you can't have that attitude to control. So it's just all about understanding. There's nothing wrong in that. It's we that is making it because of the religion. Maybe we are just claiming on religion. Religion self is not against it. So it's just our own understanding. So based on your own understanding, there is nothing bad there. It makes man live long, and even the men, the women too. As a wife, I think that time of I'm not in a mood, I'm not in a mood, but this one is not in a mood. The other one must be in a mood. Do you understand?
Yes, I can hear you.
So it's a welcome development. So
All right, thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm not sure I can take any more calls, but thank you all so much for calling and sharing your contributions, your opinions on the matter. I appreciate it, and on this that we really appreciate it. All right, 2 more minutes to wrap up the show. Thank you so much. I'm just going to play another high life song for you to have a good time and enjoy yourself. My name is Rona Abara. Thank you so much.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News on your premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Federal government sets up committee to clear Genco's debts. ADC accuses President Bola Tinubu-led government of weaponizing hunger for political gain. Former government of Jigawa State, Sule Lamido, threatens legal action against PDP over nomination form denial. And on the foreign scene, President Alassane Ouattara secures fourth term in Ivory Coast election. Details shortly. The federal government has constituted a committee to address the payment of outstanding debts owed to power generation companies, GenCos, and to establish a sustainable mechanism to prevent future accumulation. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Power, Mahuda Maman, disclosed this in Abuja during the 10th anniversary celebration of the Association of Power Generation Companies of Nigeria, APGC, themed A Decade of Power in Progress, Driving Nigeria's Energy Transformation. Represented by the director in the ministry, Evangeline Babalola, Maman said President Bola Tinubu approved the committee in recognition of the urgent need to resolve the liquidity challenges facing the power sector. He commended the Gencos for their resilience and patriotism despite being owed billions of naira, noting that their continued operations have kept the nation's electricity grid functional. Maman assured stakeholders that the president was aware of the liquidity crisis in the Nigerian electricity supply industry, NESI, and was committed to finding lasting solutions. Speaking at the event, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Power, Senator Eyinaya Abariwe, said the transformation of the power sector over the past decade had been both challenging and inspiring. He commended the APGC for navigating complex regulatory and market dynamics, noting that the association had served as a bridge between Gencos and key stakeholders across the electricity value chain. The House of Representatives Committee on Diaspora has unveiled the Nigerians in Diaspora Response (NIDRES) application and website, a new digital platform aimed at improving communication between the Nigerian government and citizens living abroad. The launch took place in Abuja during the first Nigerian Stakeholders Engagement on Diaspora Governance, NIDSEIDG 2025. Declaring the event open, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, said Nigerians in the diaspora have continued to excel globally, contributing significantly to the nation's economy, diplomacy, and global reputation. Represented by Patrick Umo, Abbas said diaspora engagement remains a key national priority for the 10th House, which is committed to developing policies that promote democracy, unity, and inclusion. He added that the House is working to streamline consular immigration and documentation process to make government services more accessible to Nigerians overseas, including improved passport processing, faster consular responses, and easier digital access to official services. Chairman of the House Committee on Diaspora, Tochukwu Okere, described the NIDRES platform as a milestone in diaspora governance, uniting policy, technology, and institutional collaboration. Chairman and CEO of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, Abike Dabiri Erewa, commended the House Committee for initiating the project, describing it as a breakthrough in improving government-diaspora relations. The newly appointed chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Joash Amunpitan, says elections in Nigeria must be decided at the polling units and not in courtrooms. Speaking at the 56th Annual National Conference of the Nigerian Association of Law Teachers, NALT, at the University of Abuja, Professor Amunpitan vowed to end the era of endless courtroom battles over party primaries and internal party disputes. Amunpitan, who assumed office barely a week ago after being sworn in by President Bola Tinubu, said the growing number of pre-election cases had become a major burden on Nigeria's democracy. He described the over 1,000 pre-election lawsuits filed before the 2023 general elections as litigation by other means, stressing that genuine reforms must begin within political parties. The INEC boss added that his administration would work to make the law an instrument of change and not chaos. Amunpitan urged the National Assembly to strengthen electoral laws to promote transparency and internal democracy within political parties. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has accused the federal government of manipulating food prices and weaponizing hunger for political advantage, describing official claims of improved local food production as dishonest and misleading. In a statement by its National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, the party said millions of Nigerians continue to face hunger and hardship despite government claims of economic progress. The ADC alleged that the reported decline in the food prices was artificial, attributing it to import waivers that have flooded the market with cheap foreign products. According to the ADC, claims by the government that its agricultural policies are boosting production are untrue, given that many farmers, especially in northern Nigeria, have been displaced by banditry or priced out of production due to high cost of fertilizers and other inputs. The ADC warns that the temporary drop in prices was unsustainable and driven by panic rather than a deliberate strategy, accusing the government of using propaganda to create an illusion of progress. The ADC further called for a comprehensive reform of Nigeria's agricultural framework to prioritize food security, protect local farmers, and stabilize prices. Former Jigawa State Governor and Chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Sule Lamido, has threatened to take legal action against the party if he is not allowed to purchase a nomination form to contest for the position of national chairman at its forthcoming convention. Lamido made the threat in Abuja after his attempt to obtain the form at the PDP National Secretariat proved unsuccessful. He alleged that both the National Secretary, Samuel Anyanwu, and the National Organizing Secretary, Umaru Bature, were involved in the circumstances that prevented him from obtaining the form. The PDP had, during its 102nd National Executive Committee, NEC, zoned its 2027 presidential tickets to the south, while the position of the national chairman was allocated to the north. The party's northern leaders later microzoned the chairmanship slot to the northwest. Over the weekend, the northern PDP governors, led by Adamawa State Governor Amadu Fintiri, endorsed former Minister of Special Duties Tanimu Turaki as the consensus candidate for the position. However, some stakeholders loyal to Lamido rejected the move, saying they were not consulted. Speaking to newsmen after arriving at the PDP headquarters with his supporters, Lamido said he found the relevant offices locked when he attempted to buy the form. He also rejected the governor's consensus arrangement, arguing that it was done without proper consultation. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has suspended the screening of aspirants ahead of its 2025 elective national convention, earlier scheduled for Tuesday, October 28, citing unforeseen circumstances. The decision, coming less than a month before the much-anticipated convention, has raised concerns among party members and political observers about possible internal challenges and the implications for the party's preparations. In a statement signed by Amadu Fintiri, chairman of the National Convention Organizing Committee, NCOC, and governor of Adamawa State, the committee said a new date for the screening exercise would be announced soon. The committee expressed regret over the postponement and appealed for patience and understanding among aspirants and party members, assuring that efforts are ongoing to address the issue responsible for the delay. Fintiri further reaffirmed the committee's commitment to ensuring a transparent and credible process leading up to the convention. The PDP's 2025 elective national convention, scheduled to hold in Ibadan, is expected to draw top party leaders, governors, and key stakeholders from across the country as the opposition party prepares to reorganize its national leadership ahead of the general elections. You are listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign, and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, has asked the Federal Capital Territory High Court in Maitama to dismiss the preliminary objection filed by Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, challenging the defamation case instituted against her. In a counter-affidavit, Fagbemi maintains that the three-count charge against the senator representing Kogi Central was based on a comprehensive and conclusive investigation that established a prima facie case. He denied claims of abuse of court process or selective prosecution. The AGF argued that the charge was properly filed under Section 391 and 392 of the Penal Code and in line with his constitutional powers, saying it was done in the public interest and the interest of justice. According to the court documents, the federal government accused Senator Akpoti Uduaghan of making false and defamatory statements during a live broadcast on April 3, where she allegedly claimed that some politicians, including Senate President Godswill Akpabio and former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello, were plotting to assassinate her. The prosecution contended that her statement damaged the reputations of the politicians and constituted a criminal offense under the Penal Code. However, Akpoti Uduaghan, who has pleaded not guilty, filed a preliminary objection challenging the court's jurisdiction to proceed with the trial. Her counsel, Ehioge West Idahosa, argued that the AGF's action continued and amounted to an abuse of prosecutorial powers, making the charge invalid. River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has expressed his excitement during an inspection of the Trans-Kalabari Road project, noting that the significant progress has been made. Governor Fubara highlighted that almost 75% of the deck on the pile has been achieved. The governor reaffirmed his commitment, stating that he will fulfill promise made to River State people on infrastructural development. He emphasized that the project is progressing smoothly and anticipates substantial advancement in the next 6 months.
Trans-Kalabari project that we flagged off about a year ago. I've been getting reports from the ministry, but I felt I need to come and see for myself. If you are aware that this project, the first phase of it is going to take us to Bakana, and the first phase of it will have about 4 river crossing bridges and almost 5 compile. This project is purely a very difficult project because of the terrain, but to the glory of God, almost 75% of the piling job have been achieved, and by the grace of God, in the next 6 months, I'm very positive that if we are coming here for inspection, we might run through the bridge. Made a promise to our people that will continue to embark on projects that will change their life and bring development.
A River State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has discharged and acquitted 12 persons accused of murdering female police inspector Christiana Erikere at the Taba Police Division in Kana local government area of the state. The 12 individuals who had been standing trial on a 13-count charge bordering on conspiracy and murder were alleged to have killed Inspector Erikere on April 24, 2024, during a stop-and-search operation at Taba while traveling to Akwa Ibom for a traditional marriage. Delivering judgment, the trial judge, Justice Augusta Chukwu, held that the prosecution failed to prove beyond reasonable doubt the allegations of murder and conspiracy against the accused persons: Joy Uweraka, Shirley Wealth, Napoleon Uweraka, Ejiro Ejogbamu, Moses Agege, Precious Iyot, Kikelomo Odunsayo, Wealth Ojo, Efeogene Oruraka, Igofose Oke, Blessing Ovie, and Emeka Joshua. Justice Chukwu ruled that the witnesses and evidence presented by the prosecution did not establish any direct link between the accused persons and the alleged crime, and consequently discharged and acquitted all 12 defendants. Today FM's Uchendu Ejowo reports that the court also awarded 1 million naira each as compensation to the 12 individuals for their unlawful arrest and detention, a decision that sparked jubilation among their family members and supporters present in court. Speaking with newsmen after the verdict, the defense counsels expressed satisfaction with the judgment, describing it as a victory for justice and the rule of law. On his part, prosecution counsel Dixon Celestine said the police authority would review the judgment before deciding on the next course of action, as he expressed mixed feelings over the outcome given the circumstances surrounding the death of the late police officer. The increasing circulation of fake and substandard medical drugs in Nigeria has continued to raise serious health concerns amongst experts and citizens. A Port Harcourt-based pharmacist has described the situation as a major public health crisis that requires urgent government intervention and collective action from all Nigerians. Speaking in an interview with Today FM's Odinakachi Celestine, former chairman of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN, River State Chapter, Promise Aneli, attributed the high prevalence of counterfeit drugs in the country to Nigeria's chaotic drug distribution system. He noted that untrained individuals who have no professional background in pharmacy are largely in control of the drug distribution chain, worsening the problem. Anele further identified weak regulatory oversight and poor enforcement of existing laws as major factors fueling the spread of fake and substandard medicines.
Is a huge challenge and requires serious effort from both governments and the citizens. The chaotic drug distribution chain that we have in this country, where those who are not professionals, who has no business handling drug products, are the ones who are largely in charge. And then you talk about the poor regulation too. The sectors are poorly regulated. Every existing open drug market is the biggest channel for fake medicine. Professionals are not allowed to operate in open drug markets. Those you see are businessmen. They are the ones you see in open drug markets. People are doing all shades of wrong to make ends meet, thereby putting innocent citizens' life at risk.
Anele also called on relevant government agencies to strengthen enforcement, shut down illegal drug markets, and ensure that only qualified professionals are permitted to handle the sale and distribution of pharmaceutical products. He warned that consuming counterfeit drugs poses severe health risk, including worsening of medical conditions, treatment failure, drug resistance, and even death.
The use of fake drug will worsen a patient's disease situation. Because take for instance, if it's a patient that is managing hypertension and is using a fake medicine, what that simply means is that BP will not be controlled. And if that BP is not controlled for a long time, that could pose a threat to different organs in the body. Same goes for diabetes. Patient who is diabetic takes a medication that is fake, which means that will not control the sugar level. The high level of sugar begin to penetrate certain sensitive organs. That's where you begin to hear organ-related issues, or a minor case that a simple medication could have taken care of, but due to the use of fake drug, which definitely will not produce the needed result.
And on the foreign scene, Ivory Coast President Alassane Ouattara has secured a fourth term in office after winning the country's presidential election with 89.77% of the vote. The 83-year-old leader's victory came in a contest largely dominated by his candidacy after his main rivals, former President Laurent Gbagbo and ex-Credit Suisse CEO Tidjane Thiam, were barred from running due to a criminal conviction and dual citizenship. According to the country's Independent Electoral Commission, CEI, nearly 9 million Ivorians were eligible to vote in the poll, which saw low turnout in opposition strongholds but near total participation in northern regions loyal to Ouattara. Former Commerce Minister Jean-Louis Billion, one of the four minor candidates, conceded defeat, congratulating Ouattara after early tallies showed him with an overwhelming lead nationwide. The election was marred by low voter enthusiasm and protests over Ouattara's decision to seek a fourth term, despite constitutional limits of 2. The president argued that a 2016 constitutional reform had reset the term count, making him eligible to run again. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The federal government has set up a committee to clear Genco's debts and ensure sustainable payments. The ADC has accused the President Bola Tinubu-led government of weaponizing hunger for political gain. We told you that former government of Jigawa State, Sule Lamido, has threatened legal action against the PDP for denying him nomination form to contest the position of the national chairman. And on the foreign scene, you also heard that President Alassane Ouattara has secured a fourth term in Ivory Coast election. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Okore. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You could also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbera. Have a very good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Good evening, this is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice of the People, and it is time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I'm Rona Abara. Mali shuts schools nationwide amid fuel blockade crisis. French police arrest several suspects in Louvre jewelry heist case. Israel accuses UN peacekeepers of shooting down surveillance drone in southern Lebanon. U.S. President signs ceasefire with Thailand and Cambodia. Details shortly. Mali has suspended schools and universities nationwide due to a severe fuel scarcity caused by a blockade on fuel imports imposed by Islamist insurgents. The Education Minister Amadou Sène Savagne announced this on a state television, noting that all education institutions in the country would remain shut until 9th November, saying the movement of staff and students had been affected by the blockade. He said the authorities were doing everything possible to end the crisis so that classes could resume on November 10. For weeks, Mali has been hit by a fuel shortage, especially in the capital, Bamako, after militants from an Al-Qaeda affiliate imposed a blockade by attacking tankers on major highways. At least 4 people have been killed in Cameroon's commercial capital, Douala, after clashes erupted between police and opposition supporters ahead of the official announcement of the country's presidential election results. Authorities said the unrest broke out after hundreds of supporters of opposition candidate Issa Chiroma defied a government protest ban and took to the streets claiming he had defeated long-serving President Paul Biya in the October 12 election. Report says demonstrators blocked roads, set up burning barricades, and threw stones at security forces who responded with tear gas and water cannon. Regional Governor Samuel Ivaha Dibois said protesters attacked police stations in Douala's 2nd and 6th districts. Chiroma's campaign confirmed the deaths and accused the authorities of attempting to silence dissent. Partial results reported by local media indicate that 92-year-old Biya, who has ruled Cameroon since 1982, is on track to secure an 8th consecutive term in office. However, Chiroma has rejected those figures, claiming victory with 54%, 8% of the vote, compared to Biya's alleged 31.3%, and urged citizens to resist what he described as falsified and distorted results. Former Madagascan President Andry Rajoelina, who was ousted in a coup last week, has been stripped of his citizenship by the new regime. The order, signed by new Prime Minister Hestelama Rajonavelo, cited local laws stipulating that people who acquired foreign citizenship should lose their Malagasy nationality. Rajoelina obtained French citizenship a decade ago, prompting calls for his disqualification from the 2023 presidential election, but he defied those calls and went on to win. He fled the African island nation after weeks of protest over persistent power and water shortages, culminating in a military takeover led by Col Michael Rajanerina. The UN has called for safe passage for trapped civilians out of the Sudanese city of El Fasher after paramilitary fighters announced that they had seized control of the army's main base there. Sudan's military has not acknowledged loss of the site, which would be a significant victory for the Rapid Support Forces (RSF) in the ongoing civil war. UN Chief Antonio Guterres said the latest fighting marked a terrible escalation in the conflict, adding that the suffering of civilians was unbearable. El Fasher is the last army foothold in the vast western region of Darfur and has been besieged by the RSF and its allies for 18 months. Away from Africa to the rest of the world, French authorities have detained several men in connection with the recent theft of precious jewelry from the world-renowned Louvre Museum in Paris. French media reported that one of the suspects was apprehended around 10 p.m. yesterday at Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport, where he was about to board a plane abroad. The Louvre Museum in the French capital closed 1 week ago after a group of intruders successfully stole 8 pieces of priceless jewelry in a quick hit. The robbers had climbed the extendable ladder of a mover's truck and cut into a first-floor gallery. The Israeli military has accused United Nations peacekeepers in southern Lebanon of deliberately shooting down one of its drones during a routine intelligence mission. Military spokesperson Lieutenant Colonel Nadav Shoshani said the unmanned aerial vehicle was brought down near the Lebanese town of Kafar Kila while conducting surveillance operations. The United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, UNIFIL, has yet to issue a statement responding to the Israeli military's claim. The incident adds to growing tensions along the Israel-Lebanon border, where exchanges of fire between Israeli troops and Hezbollah militants. The United States President Donald Trump has presided over the signing of a ceasefire between Thailand and Cambodia. President Trump consigned the ceasefire with his Malaysian, Thai, and Cambodia counterparts on the sidelines of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations ASEAN Summit in Kuala Lumpur. President Trump signed the agreement, which builds on a ceasefire that halted deadly border fighting in July, in a ceremony joined by Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, Cambodia Prime Minister Hun Manet, and Thai Prime Minister Anutin Charnvirakul. Anutin said the agreement seated the building blocks for a lasting peace, while Hun Manet called it a historic day. Anwar said the agreement has reminded them that a reconciliation is not concession but an act of courage. The first phase of the agreement involves Thailand's release of 18 Cambodia soldiers and the removal of heavy weapons and landmines from the border region. The U.S. President Donald Trump and Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim have signed a trade agreement boosting U.S. access to critical minerals. Trump is in the Malaysian capital Kuala Lumpur at the Association of Southeast Asian Nations ASEAN Summit, ahead of a meeting with Chinese leader Xi Jinping on Thursday. Under the new U.S.-Malaysia deal, Kuala Lumpur pledged to refrain from the banning of imposing quotas on exports to the U.S. of critical minerals, while Washington agreed for the formalization of a 19% tariff on Malaysian goods. The White House, in a joint statement, said Malaysia has committed to ensure no restrictions are imposed on the sale of rare earth magnets to U.S. companies. Malaysia also vowed to speed up development of its critical mineral sector in partnership with U.S. firms, including extending operating licenses to boost production capacity. U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer said the deal would make investment and trade in critical minerals as free as possible and as resilient as possible. The United States and China have praised the outcome of weekend trade talks in Malaysia, fueling optimism that President Donald Trump and Xi Jinping could reach a breakthrough agreement to ease their years-long trade war when they meet later this week. Officials from both sides said significant progress had been made during negotiations held on the sidelines of the ASEAN Summit in Kuala Lumpur, raising hopes for a deal at the upcoming APEC Summit in Gwangju, South Korea. The first face-to-face meeting between Trump and Xi since 2019. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the delegations had developed a framework for the leaders to discuss in South Korea. Bessent expressed confidence that a deal could be reached to avert China's planned export controls on rare earth materials, to suspend Washington's threat of a 100% tariff on Chinese exports. The Kurdistan Workers' Party, PKK, has said it's withdrawing all its forces from Turkey to northern Iraq as part of a peace process with Turkey. It released a picture showing 25 fighters. Among them were 8 women who had already traveled there from Turkey. A spokesman for Turkish President Recep Tayyip Edronden's ruling Justice and Development Party, AKP, posted on X that the PKK's announcement falls within the framework of the terrorism-free Turkey process. Omar Salik said the government considers the announcement and its continuation a strategic and historic step. The PKK, which formally renounced its 40-year armed struggle in May, is currently making the transition from armed rebellion to democratic politics in a bid to end one of the region's longest conflicts, which killed about 50,000 people. That story from Turkey concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, as produced by Odinakachi Celestine of the News Department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headline. We told you that Mali has shut down schools nationwide amid fuel blockade crisis. You heard that French police has arrested several suspects in Louvre jewelry heist case. We also told you that Israel has accused UN peacekeepers of shooting down surveillance drone in southern Lebanon. Finally, U.S. President has signed ceasefire with Thailand and Cambodia. Till same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
BBC World Service. I'm Yasha Michelle in London with Focus on Africa. What are Tanzania's young people most concerned about as the country prepares for elections?
As a young person, I think what I want to see, a peaceful process, a peaceful election conducted in the country, and also a united country after election process.
How did a young Senegalese goalkeeper lose his life in Ghana?
The gentleman had come to Ghana and then he had fallen victim to a kidnapping that went wrong. So initially that was what was being said in Senegal.
And why is Africa fast becoming a key player in the outsourcing industry?
Outsourcing will give you that mix of affordability, but also talent. And so this mix presents that advantage for companies.
That's all on the BBC, Today in Focus. First, the news.
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. Cameroon's longtime president, Paul Biya, has been announced the winner of the country's fiercely disputed election. The Constitutional Council said Mr. Biya secured over 53% of votes cast. The opposition candidate, Issa Chiroma Bakari, took just over a third. Opposition supporters accuse Mr. Biya of stealing the election. Paul Ngie reports from northern Cameroon.
Paul Biya's victory means he will rule for another 7 years until he is nearly 100. While launching his campaign, he told citizens he had more to offer in his next mandate, despite already serving for 43 years. In recent days, several cities across the country have been rocked by protests, with hundreds of demonstrators supporting Mr. Bakari's claim of victory. At least 4 people were killed on Sunday during clashes between security forces and protesters. Analysts warn that Cameroon could face political instability due to the contested election results.
The governor of Sudan's Darfur region has called for the protection of civilians in al-Fasher after the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces claim to have taken control of the city. The military has not officially acknowledged the loss of al-Fasher, its last stronghold in western Sudan. More from Barbara Platasha.
It's an important moment. It would strengthen the RSF after its defeat in Khartoum in central Sudan. So militarily, if they do fully take al-Fasher and the rest of North Darfur state, that would then cement their control of borders with 4 different countries. But politically, that would strengthen their claims to being a counter-government. And it would also strengthen their position in any upcoming talks with the Sudanese armed forces. What analysts say is that the RSF is trying to stay relevant as a national force rather than be relegated to a kind of regional militia, and this would probably help.
A powerful hurricane heading towards Jamaica has strengthened to a rare Category 5, the most intense formation. Melissa is expected to make landfall in the next 24 hours with deadly winds, storm surges and catastrophic flooding. The Jamaican government has ordered mandatory evacuations for parts of the capital, Kingston. Yvonne Johnson is a local reporter.
Mandatory evacuations have been issued for at least 7 low-lying communities on the south coast. The authorities are having some difficulty getting persons to heed those warnings, particularly because while we're accustomed to hurricanes, this one is particularly different. It's a rare Category 5. We've never been hit by a Category 5, not since recorded history, and it's coming at over 160 miles per hour.
India's Election Commission says it will revise electoral rolls in 12 states from Tuesday, as it continues with what it says is a nationwide plan to update the voter register, which has nearly 1 billion names. Opposition parties strongly criticised the initial phase of the exercise carried out in Bihar state, saying millions of names were missing from the list and the initiative was to favour the governing Hindu nationalist BJP. BBC News. President Trump has met Emperor Naruhito of Japan on the latest leg of his tour of Asian countries. Mr. Trump called the emperor a great man after a brief meeting at the Imperial Palace in Tokyo. On Tuesday, the president will hold talks with Japan's new Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi. Mr. Trump is expected to push Tokyo to shoulder more of the security costs. Montenegro says it's detained dozens of people from Turkey and Azerbaijan following a weekend of violence which saw cars and businesses come under attack. The trouble began on Saturday when a Montenegrin citizen was stabbed during a scuffle in a nightclub. Here's our Global Affairs reporter, Paul Moss.
There are more than 13,000 Turks living in the tiny Balkan nation of Montenegro, and they own about a quarter of foreign businesses there. But now that community has found itself under attack. After a Montenegrin man was stabbed, dozens of people retaliated by vandalizing vehicles with Turkish number plates and setting fire to a Turkish restaurant. But it seems that only Turkish people have been arrested, 2 of them suspected of involvement in the original stabbing, along with some from Azerbaijan. Turkey's foreign minister has called on Montenegro to protect the safety of its citizens there.
10 people have gone on trial in Paris on allegations of sexist cyberbullying of the French First Lady, Brigitte Macron. The 8 men and 2 women are accused of posting malicious comments about Mrs. Macron's gender and sexuality. It's the latest in a series of cases linked to unsubstantiated claims against her. Lithuania's Prime Minister has said her country will begin to shoot down smuggler balloons crossing the border from Belarus after they repeatedly disrupted air traffic in recent weeks. Inga Roginiene said the border would be closed indefinitely, except for travel by diplomats and EU citizens seeking to leave Belarus. Belarus's foreign ministry has described the border closure as a provocation. BBC News.
Hello, I'm Yasha Michelle, and here's what's coming up for you on this edition of Focus on Africa. On Wednesday, Tanzanians head to the polls to elect the president and members of the National Assembly. What are the issues young people are most concerned about? The dark side of sports. Did rogue football agents lead to the death of a young Senegalese footballer in Ghana?
This young Senegalese footballer had been lured to Ghana by people who claimed they were agents because they were going to get him a football deal. And then the story went on to say that he was kidnapped and that his relatives were asked to pay a ransom. Despite all the efforts to put the ransom together, the young man turned up dead. So that was the initial story that started to make the rounds.
And as Africa becomes a key outsourcing destination, how are companies on the continent benefiting?
The financial growth I've experienced since entering the outsourcing sector has been significant. My earnings nearly doubled. I've personally received numerous messages on LinkedIn from aspiring young professionals seeking guidance on entering this space.
It's Monday, the 27th of October. First, we go to Tanzania. This Wednesday, Tanzanians will be casting their vote to elect a new president and members of the National Assembly. It will be the first time that the current president, Samia Suluhu Hassan, will be competing for the top job. As deputy, she took over from President John Magufuli when he died in office in 2021. Many had hoped that she would be a more democratic leader than him. But activists and opposition leaders say Tanzania's government has become even more repressive. In a moment, we'll hear from 2 young people. But first, here are a few points you need to know about the upcoming elections.
Tanzania has the fast-past-the-post system. The president and vice president are jointly elected by a simple majority popular vote. Each serves a 5-year term, but since achieving independence in the 1960s, the country has been essentially ruled by one political party. 17 candidates and their parties are officially running, but Samia Suluhu Hassan of the Chama cha Mapinduzi party, the CCM, is the only officially recognized candidate. And the two opposition parties, Chadema and Alliance for Change and Transparency, are not taking part. Major candidates from both parties have been banned from standing for election. Key concerns for voters are access to clean water, electricity, education, and jobs. And although Tanzania has made progress in building roads, power lines, and access to the internet, some Tanzanians say despite 5 decades in power, the ruling CCM party has failed to deliver on its promises. People may not turn out to vote, given that the government has stifled any form of dissent.
That was the BBC's Alphas Lagat reporting. Many people are afraid to talk openly about the elections, and forecasters expect the turnout of voters to be low. With 34% of Tanzania's population young people between the ages of 18 to 35, their participation will be key. But will they vote, and do they believe that the elections will be a free and fair process? 30-year-old Executive Director of the African Leadership Initiatives for Impact, Joseph Brighton Malekela, shares his thoughts.
I believe it's going to be a free election, people to go and to participate freely as they want to exercise their constitutional right to elect. But also, I believe after elections, some things needs to be improved based on the lessons learned in the entire process. One of the things which I think needs to be improved is having legal specific quota for young people to be in decision-making processes, like a clause which will ensure young people being given position to be contestants, not only as voters, but to be contestants. But also, as a young person, I think what I want to see a peaceful process, a peaceful election conducted in the country, and also a united country after election process. I know during elections times a lot of things happens, and we need to heal the wounds after election. So that is something which I really look forward to see. There is reconciliation, there is bringing back the country together. There are some reforms in election processes which may make it more inclusive, more participatory. But also what I exactly want as a young person is to see the leaders that are coming into power, they deal with challenges of young people in Tanzania, challenges like issues of unemployment, issues of security, peace and security of the country, issues of mismatch of skills from the education to the demands in the street, access to finance, and many critical demands of young people. So what I really look forward to see is how the leaders are coming to address these critical issues, challenges that the young people are facing.
Another young person I spoke with is Lovelet Sheme. She is a 29-year-old policy and political analyst in Dar es Salaam. And she told me that she doesn't think that the concerns of the young people are being addressed in the elections.
Hearing the candidates speak and trying to explain the manifestos, it's the same old stories and tales that we've heard in previous elections, where the promises are still very generic, not any that is very particular to improving the lives of young people, or policies that are dedicated to really addressing the challenges, especially of unemployment that youth have been facing.
Now, Lovelet, you are 29 years old, so you definitely fall in that youth vote criteria. And there are quite a number of celebrities and key high figures that young people know who have been endorsing the ruling party. What's been your thoughts on that?
It's quite interesting to observe, but it's not also the first time. It's also happened in previous elections. And this is to hold ourselves accountable as young people, especially in our youth wings, because all the political parties structurally have youth wings. With CCM, they have Umoja wa Vijana CCM, that's UVCCM, but also Chadema, they have Vicha, Baraza la Vijana. ACT Wazalendo has Ngome ya Vijana. All these are youth wings that were supposed to hold youth agendas nationally and ensure that they push for changes in the decision-making process and eventually in policy. So the more participation of youth celebrities in these elections, we expected they would have these conversations, they would bring these conversations into election campaigns and try to push for the challenges and issues that youth face in Tanzania. But unfortunately, it's all been about entertainment. And it is quite interesting, but also we as young people also have to hold ourselves into account whenever we get these opportunities to speak to authority. Do we actually speak the relevant issues that youth face? But also, it is important to acknowledge young people that live in upcountry and rural areas who are misrepresented or underrepresented, if you could say, because all these celebrities and youth elites are from urban areas and from the elite class, really. So we also don't have a lot of inclusion of our young people to inform the realistic representation of young people in Tanzania.
I was speaking there to Lovelet Shame, a 29-year-old policy and political analyst in Dar es Salaam. And earlier you heard from Joseph Brighton Malekela. It began as a dream, a chance for a young Senegalese footballer to play professionally in Ghana. But sadly, it ended in tragedy. 20-year-old Sheikh Toure lost his life earlier this month in the city of Kumasi. Senegal's government says he was tricked and murdered by a criminal network posing as football agents. Ghanaian police say he was brought to hospital after an accident where he died. Sebastian Summerfield is a former footballer from Zimbabwe who runs a FIFA-licensed football academy called Zafia Sports Group, and he says rogue football agents is something he has seen all too often.
The first thing we really have to just say is how terrible what happened to Sheikh Toure was. A young boy following his dreams, thinking that this was his family's get out to be lured from Senegal to Ghana and then to essentially get human trafficked through the sport we love is totally not okay. And I believe there's so much of this happening on the continent. I've seen so many horror stories. And that's the reason why I've decided to partner with a football agency that has a proper football agent who's registered with the FA, who's registered with FIFA. The agency is called Zafia Sports Group, ZSG for short. I'm in charge of the safeguarding of the players, making sure that they leave Zimbabwe or Africa, wherever it is, in a healthy condition and are placed in clubs with a healthy environment in a healthy condition. You know, when I think about why it happens more on the mother continent than it does here in Europe, is because these are people who are looking for any sort of opportunity to make it out, to bring in bread for their family. And it's hard because they feel like if they don't seize this opportunity, they've lost it.
Former Zimbabwean footballer Sebastian Summerfield. Following Sheikh's death, Senegal's Ministry of African Integration, Foreign Affairs and Senegalese Abroad put out the following statement.
Initial investigations conducted by the consular services indicate that Mr. Toure, a young Senegalese footballer, may have been the victim of a fraud and extortion network. In this context, 2 embassy staff members will be dispatched to Kumasi starting Sunday, October 19, 2025, to assist the local authorities with administrative and legal procedures and to prepare, in conjunction with the family, the repatriation of remains to Senegal as soon as necessary authorizations have been obtained. The Ministry wishes to express its deepest sympathy to the bereaved family and reassures that this case is being closely monitored.
So what really happened to Sheikh? Nathan Kwao is a sports journalist in Ghana. He broke down to me the circumstances around his death.
There was an initial story that started to make the rounds that this young Senegalese footballer had been lured to Ghana by people who claimed they were agents because they were going to get him a football deal. And then the story went on to say that he was kidnapped and that his parents or his relatives were asked to pay a ransom. Now, despite all the efforts to put the ransom together, the young man turned up dead. So that was the initial story that started to make the rounds. And then the Ashanti Regional Police Command, because the said incident happened in the Ashanti region, so that region's police command put out an official statement detailing certain things that they had found after doing their initial investigations. Now, these were the things they said. One, the late gentleman was brought to the Menchia hospital. He had knife marks, some things that looked like stab wounds on his abdomen and on his neck. Now, according to the police, he was brought in by 3 French-speaking gentlemen. Their nationalities are not too clear, but they were brought in by these 3 French-speaking gentlemen. Now, according to the police statement, these gentlemen told the hospital authorities through an interpreter that the said gentleman had suffered an accident and they had found him, and so they brought him. After they initially gave that statement, they then went on to say a different thing, that, the said gentleman tried committing suicide and then they found him, so they brought him to the hospital as good Samaritans for him to be treated. The police went on to indicate that these gentlemen did not leave any contact or means by which they could be contacted. So as of today, these 3 gentlemen are persons of interest and the police are looking for them to aid with the investigation. So that is where we are currently with this story.
You've told me a version of the story. Is that the same version that is being narrated in Senegal?
Well, the initial story that arose, as I said, was that the gentleman had come to Ghana and then he had fallen victim to a kidnapping that went wrong. So initially that was what was being said in Senegal. But after the police issued the statement, we also found out from the police themselves that they had been dealing with the Senegalese authorities and the Ghanaian foreign ministries, because the person in the middle of this is a Senegalese national. So I cannot say whether they are up to date concerning the official statement from the police. It's a little difficult for me to determine what exactly is being said in Senegal. But what I can say is that at the level of the Senegalese foreign ministry and by extension the Senegalese government, they have been briefed by the Ghana police through the Ghana Foreign Affairs Ministry as to what they have discovered per their initial investigation.
Now let's talk about the so-called football agents or recruiters who are at the center of this story. How do they manage to convince young players to trust them?
For most young players, it's the dream of playing in Europe or getting a better deal somewhere. And sometimes because a lot of these young footballers are not too aware of what's happening, maybe they are in a haste, maybe they don't even take their time to read whatever paperwork is put in front of them. Sometimes you have these agents who may be able to prove that, I've sent player A or B to this country. And so once they present that, it's able to hook the young footballers in, and then they can move them from one country to the other, of course, based on the promise that they are going to get them a big deal or a big contract that could do big things for them.
And how common are these types of scams? And have Ghanaian authorities or football associations done much to stop them?
I will say they do happen. I mean, I won't say it's widespread, but it does happen. I remember there was a study, it was about maybe 10 years ago, that this was happening quite often back in the day. Ghanaian footballers were being trafficked, and by extension, some footballers from West Africa were being taken to Europe, and then they would be stranded, and it was causing all kinds of problems. Ghanaian authorities, in terms of like the wider government, has not done a lot, but what has happened in the last few years is that because things like the FIFA TMS, the transfer management system, and other things have been brought by FIFA. So, for example, like the Ghana Football Association is a bit more particular about some of these things. You have to check player agents. That space is a bit more regulated. So it won't happen as often as you would imagine, but a few will slip through the net. Some unscrupulous people will pose as agents, but largely some of these things like the FIFA TMS is in existence, and it's tried very hard to check some of these things and ensure that the right people who claim they are agents are actually agents. These days, FIFA checks all of those things.
That was Nathan Kwao, sports journalist based in Ghana. Have you ever called your service provider and found yourself speaking to someone based in India, the Philippines, or even South Africa, countries that you are not based in? Well, that's a common practice in business that is called business process outsourcing, or BPO. It is when a business hires a third-party company to handle specific business functions or processes such as customer service, accounting, or IT support. These services would otherwise be handled internally, but instead are farmed out to external providers. The practice has become an integral strategy for businesses in wealthy and more industrialized countries seeking to optimize their operations in the global market for a fraction of the cost. Esetu Dwili is a 31-year-old accountant who is based in Johannesburg. 3 years ago, he began working in South Africa's fast-growing outsourced financial services sector, and the opportunity, he says, gave him the chance to change his family's life.
This move opened doors to working with a diverse portfolio of large international clients across various industries. It also provided the opportunity to collaborate with audit firms based in the United States, Ireland, and the United Kingdom, and included prospects for international travel. Through these engagements, I've built strong professional relationships, one of which led to my recent full-time appointment at Copa Perry. The financial growth I've experienced since entering the outsourcing sector has been significant. My earnings nearly doubled. This increase has enabled me to support my family as I am the sole breadwinner. The outsourcing sector is playing a vital role in empowering young South African professionals, offering them global exposure and renewed hope for career advancement. I've personally received numerous messages on LinkedIn from aspiring young professionals seeking guidance on entering this space.
Esetu Dwili, a young accountant in South Africa. So what are the benefits and opportunities that this expanding sector can bring? And what are the risks? Mona Nina Idrisu is the head of youth employment and skills at the African Center for Economic Transformation in Accra, Ghana. Mona has been sharing with me her insights on how outsourcing is shaping Africa's economic and employment landscape.
In this context, it's usually global north. Companies outsourcing essential business processes to global south.
And a lot of times we tend to think of call centers when you say outsourcing, but what other industries or services could be involved in outsourcing?
So the call centers are definitely the most popular types, but increasingly we're seeing this in the creative and digital marketing space as well. And we're also seeing this happening around, say, data labeling and outsourcing a lot of data work that goes behind running social media platforms and also AI platforms.
So what is driving this outsourcing boom, particularly across parts of Africa, especially in countries like South Africa?
Africa, we have a demographic dividend. We have a huge youth bulge. Increasingly, this youth bulge is educated or has specific skill set. So Africa presents a perfect mix of affordability because the wages you would pay relatively are cheaper than if you were going to do this in-house, say in Europe or in the US, which means that outsourcing will give you that mix of affordability but also talent, because we see a lot of young talented Africans that are coming up, and so this mix presents that advantage for companies.
How big is this industry becoming in economic terms, and what kind of contribution is it making to African economies? You've mentioned job creations, of course, but if you could expand on that, that would be great.
South Africa is definitely the biggest player here. About 42% of BPO in Africa is happening in South Africa, but we're seeing also other players like Nigeria. And as you're aware, Nigeria has a huge young population. And then we have Kenya and Ghana that are coming up in the area. And from recent data, BPO processing is going to be giving about 1.5 million jobs by 2030. So even though Africa, if you look at global share, it's still about just 3%, but we're going to see increasingly Africa taking a huge share of the BPO market for the reasons I mentioned earlier on.
Yeah, that sounds quite exciting, especially as a young African. Even though I'm not based on the continent, it sounds really promising. But promising has a lot of different aspects to it, right? It's the fact that, yes, one has a job, but also does that job pay them well? So are the jobs and the wages improving people's livelihoods?
Generally, because a lot of these global north companies are already benefiting from the reduced wage relative to if they were to employ domestically, it means that they're able to pay, in most cases, above what the average African firm could pay for the same type of work. They're paying other benefits that might come with it, the work environment, feeling safe and secure, and all of that. The challenge usually comes because there's a lot less job security because these are contractual type of work. They're precarious in nature, and as such, you don't have as much confidence as a young person that you're going to have a job forever, if I can put it that way.
Is it, though, just a one-way process? Because we've spoken a lot about companies outsourcing to Africa, but are there companies in Africa that outsource their services outside of the continent?
Now we're starting to see some African firms also outsourcing to places like the Philippines, Indonesia, India being a popular one, and in the manufacturing area China as well. Well, a huge part of that is because of infrastructure, internet connectivity, data centers, and so it becomes easier to outsource beyond the continent to countries that have that infrastructure.
What are some of those industries then that you see a lot more outsourcing happening?
The fintech developers in Lagos, Nigeria, you see movie, music, the fashion industry is one also where we're doing amazing things over there. And we did a study around the barriers of entry for young women. It was a gender-based study in Ghana and Senegal. BPO was one of those areas that young women felt the safest because they could do it from their homes.
Mona Nina Idrisu, Head of Youth Employment and Skills at the African Center for Economic Transformation. Today's edition of Focus on Africa was put together by Mark Wilberforce, Sanita Naha, Stefania Okereke, and Yvette Twagira Maria. Patricia Whitehorn was the senior producer and Craig Kingham the technical producer. Our editors are Sam Murunga and Mariam Abdallah. I'm Nyasha Michelle. Thanks for listening.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.